All right. Welcome to uh, the 16th live stream that I've done. This is the live stream where I talk about two stories, which is my graphic novel about it's a graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. So this is book one, and then what I'm going to be working on tonight is the thumbnails for book two. So let's pull up that screen. And this is the thumbnail for page 89 of book two. And then I'm going to be kind of carving away at like the next section and talking about stuff and hanging out. So if you're joining me, feel free to say hi in the chats and ask any questions if you have any. I hope you guys are all out there working on good things and creating cool artwork. And I'm inspired. I'm feeling into it. So it's been a fairly long week, but I feel pretty ready for productivity. So let me have a little bit of coffee. And then let's get into this. So here we go. That went down the wrong pipe. Okay, that's what I need right now is just a little bit of caffeine. This has been a long week. It's about midnight where I'm at, and I got to get through a page. I also forgot to mention, so I'm also working on the 100 Days of Making Comics Challenge, and today I think is day 30. Wait a minute. What I'll be doing tonight is day 37, I think, of the 100 Days of Making Comics Challenge. It's hard to keep track of the days the closer you get to that like middle section. But the 100 Days of Making Comics Challenge, what is that? That's the challenge where you spend about 30 minutes a day minimum working towards your own personal comic book project. And I started it around the same time as my friend Scott Cirkland. And we're both trying to do it at about a minimum of an hour a day. And so that's what I'm doing until I can thumbnail out this book. And hopefully, I'm hoping this won't take as long as the first book, Two Stories, which I kind of showed you at the top, which, by the way, you can order on Amazon. You can also order it where most bookstores online are. So if you're outside of the US and you're like trying to find where to order it, you can check out on my website, or Marcosia, the publisher's site, has a bunch of links to other sources where you can get it. But I would definitely recommend, if you can, get it through Amazon. I'd also recommend, like, you can get it as an ebook, but there's something really cool about seeing a graphic novel in print and being able to sit down with it, especially like a more intimate story like this one is. It's just a lot better in print, I tend to think. All right. So let's get into this. What is on my mind? Let's see here. Okay. So I have a few thoughts on creativity that I might let me write down so I don't forget, because sometimes I'll get lost when I'm working on thumbnails and stuff. So a few thoughts on creativity, a few thoughts on persistence and goals. And then I think I also I'm trying to think, but I've been thinking about the Beatitudes too, which is weird. But mainly because of that, I'm in a group. I'm a Christian, and I'm in a small study group that was sort of horrified with what's been happening, like, politically in the church, and so we kind of started our own thing outside of the church, just because we want to be in fellowship with other believers, but we also don't necessarily want to like support a certain party just because most of the churches in our city that we live in are kind of composed of people who do that. So, and when that starts to conflict with the actual faith of the members, it becomes problematic. But we're going to be talking about one of the Beatitudes at our next group, and it's been on my mind. A question about a verse has been on my mind. So those are all the things that I might be kind of addressing in this. But before I can get into anything, first things first, I got to break up this page. This is page, let me make sure, because I did make this mistake on a stream before where I started working on a page and I accidentally saved over. I almost saved over the old page. So let me make sure the last page I finished was 88. Yes. Okay. So the one you were looking at is page 88. The thumbnails for page 88 and page 89 will be the next one, which is good. So it's basically stopping at this panel in the bottom right where you have the character leaving the room to go have a smoke because he's feeling kind of overwhelmed after this whole impromptu gun safety course he just took. So yeah, and then here we go. We're gonna cut and paste. Oh, I don't want to find, I just want to paste. And what I'm basically doing is I break up the panels from the previous page so that I can look at them as I map out the next page. Let me move this down a little bit so it's more centered. And that should work. Okay. So that will give me a rough outline where to go next. And here we go. So I'm looking at my script. This is my script for the second book. I highly recommend this, especially when you're working on longer form books, to work out your story in script form. Some people do scripts that are broken down by like panel by panel. I find it easier to write scripts that are just all the text I need and some description, and then I can kind of be more creative with my paneling when it comes to thumbnailing. Whereas if I kind of pre-write my panels, like which panel is going to be which, I tend to feel restricted and less creative with what I'm doing. So, okay. So here we go. And now this is going to be like an intro to Jeremy. So I'm almost feeling like I want to do like a long, tall panel because I don't do those often. But I do think I have this tendency in this story to, when I introduce a character, if I can, to do kind of an over-the-top intro to the character. So here we go. Wait a second. Before the intro, I like the idea of the intro. I'm wondering if I should do a wide. I just actually want to. Okay, that's going to be it. I want to actually show them exit the building so we have like more of a more of an idea of the environment, because it's important to have like an establishing shot with scene changes. And I think here we've kind of established where they are, but I don't think it would hurt to have like a reminder. Is that Corey? Corey Kerr is here. Corey, if you are going to be up, feel free to jump on, dude. We'll be talking about creativity, persistence, goals, and the Beatitudes. Those are things that are on my mind that I might touch on. Who knows? But if you want to hop on, feel free. If you don't, no worries too, because it is like 12 midnight. So I'm going to reestablish, like, get an establishing shot placed in here. And I need to find out where that last establishing shot was. It's kind of crazy to look back. Because I think I really started doing these in earnest, like daily. Let's see. Daily, I think I started these around November or December. And then I've been trying to kind of knock them out daily since. But anyhow, sorry, that was on my mind for a second. I'm trying to find the page where I establish. Nice. 1:30 a.m. Wow. That's a good call, man. Yeah, it's hard to know how productive you can be with being up at 1 a.m. But what's interesting is this is a good window for me to work. I got home, I took a little nap, got Ben to sleep, was overdue for a haircut, so I cut my hair with clippers. I just cut my own hair. I've been doing that for years now, and usually it works out okay. I think I might have overly bicked. Maybe it was this side where I got a little, you can see I kind of went up a little too high. But other than that, I think I've got the hang of cutting my own hair. I think it would be harder if I were trying for like a longer haircut. So maybe that'll be the topic too that I'll be bringing up tonight is haircuts during quarantine. Corey, how do you navigate cutting your hair nowadays during this whole quarantine time? It's a fascinating quandary. I feel like I lucked out in a sense because pre-quarantine, I just did the math on like how much money I spent getting my hair cut. And I was like, geez, it's like 40, I like to tip. I like to pay well when I do it. So it's like, because, it's a service. So, usually if I got a haircut, it'd be like $40 a pop. And then I'd have to go back in like 3 weeks or 4 weeks because my hair grows like beast mode. Like if I shave this beard off, it'll be back probably about this full in like maybe a month. And then even this I have to trim because it wants to be like a crazy chia pet of a thing. But anyhow, I did the math and I was like, dude, I spend cool, Jim's here too. Dude, you guys should jump on the stream. I'll send out an invite here. Let me send the invite if you guys want to jump on. That's cool. The Jim's up. How are you guys doing? Are you working on animation? Are you guys both working on the same animation right now? I wonder. That would be interesting. Jim Lujan and Corey have been working on an animation collaborating with a show called Breaking the Chains, which is pretty cool, actually. Let me see if I'm going to message. Oh, my goodness. I still need to have that coffee kick in, too. Okay, so let's see here. Corey and Jim. Jim Lujan, talented, amazing animator. Jim, how have you been navigating haircuts amid the corona madness? All right. Anyhow, I've got like this rough idea of how to. I hope we're working on the same thing. That's right, Corey. Pressure's on, dude. You better be working on the same thing. Yeah, anyhow, so I got my haircut after getting the kid to sleep and reading him books and wrestling and all sorts of nonsense that you do before bed. And then I worked all day and commuted and then did that, took a nap, did that, and then finally it was about, after the haircut and all of that, it was about midnight. I'm like, okay, I need to start. I think there's a part of me, and maybe you guys are the same because you're up, but there's a part of me that's like a bit of a night owl. And it's like, it's almost like a thing I have to keep in check a little bit. So this, I'm just going to be showing the continuation of like this panel right here. Because I don't think it's going to be clear that he walks over to here without kind of having that next sequence. So that's what I'm going to try to work out. I drew arrows just to help you guys know what I was talking about there. Yeah. Okay. So creativity, while I work this out, let me start kind of on that topic. Did that go through? Did you guys get that message? Because my Facebook might be acting kind of weird. Let me see if that actually went through. Oh my goodness. Facebook's really laggy. Let me see. Message. Corey. I don't even know if that message went through. Not sure if the first message went through. Otherwise, I'll just tell. Okay, there we go. Boom. That one went through. So I sent you guys a link if you want to hop on, but you're not obligated to. Yeah, so I've just been thinking about like creativity. I was listening to a friend talking about not wanting to be restricted in their Ooh, it's Jim. Yeah, so I've just been thinking about like creativity. Holy moly.
What's happening?
How's it going, dude?
Good. You bribed me.
I bribed you. Yeah. I hope if I'm keeping your wife up, please ask for forgiveness for me.
Oh no, she's out. She's out asleep. I normally would be asleep right now too, but I took a nap today.
I did the same thing. That's part of why I'm there. Let me adjust my screen here so I'm not like talking from off in the corner. There we go. How's it going?
Good. I was on my couch in the darkness working on
nice.
An Unchained Aggression. 5 shots left, and then we're done.
That is looking so good. Hey, Corey. Corey Kerr, famous kilt fighting warrior, and Jim Lujan, the ever known animation assassin.
Look, I'm wearing a kilt right now.
Oh crap! It's Kilt TV. Yeah, so I was thinking about creativity in the sense of how do you guys feel about restrictions and creativity? Like how much freedom do you need? How much play do you need? And then how much structure do you need?
I need 100% freedom, but with limits. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because like that's kind of what I was thinking too, where I just feel like yeah, you could like without a goal or a limit, it could just be like this eternal playground.
like Josh, I'll use a music analogy. Like when I'm recording, like a nightmare scenario for me is to have a choice of 1,000 snare drum sounds.
Yeah.
That's the worst. My Netflix menu is like 200 deep, and I've like not watched any of them.
Yeah, it's funny. At first, when Disney Plus came out, I was kind of like not a fan because I was like, it just doesn't have as many options as Netflix, and Now I'm actually, I think, a bit more of a fan of the Disney Plus model because I'm like, it's curated and simple.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like I have to like scroll looking at options for like 10 years before picking something to watch.
Yeah. And then the whole YouTube algorithms, really, YouTube, you guys don't pick my taste very well. It's weird. It's like they things I'm actually interested in that I do watch a lot of, it's like that doesn't show up.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. There's a couple shows I'm subscribed to where it seems like it doesn't really give me notification, but it always notifies me on like a couple political shows that I watched like maybe once.
What I'm saying is just give me Corey Kerr TV. That's all I want.
I like Corey Kerr TV.
I want my Corey Kerr.
That's all everybody wants. They just don't know it.
They don't know it yet.
It's true. The algorithm's burying it.
I actually got 10 more minutes on an upload from last week.
Nice. It's been fun watching Breaking the Chains. It's been cool to see you guys collaborating and stuff.
We're hitting the home stretch.
It's a neat dynamic. I like it.
Yeah. I'm trying not to break Corey.
That's not true. Jim's nickname for me is the Chains. That's
the Chains.
The unknown in
So
that show.
is that the twist at the end of Breaking the Chains? Corey's just like, I'm out of here. Like, I'm breaking these chains.
At the end, you just see me throwing my stylus across the room and storming away.
And then it's a freeze frame, and then Fleetwood Mac's The Chain starts playing.
That's true. And then he turns into a bunch of doves that just fly away.
Doves. All right.
Yeah, so like part of why I was thinking of that was I was listening to a friend's show, and they were talking about wanting to make art without limits and like just sort of explore play, which I think is really important with art. But I was just thinking for myself, does that apply? And I realized, like, I mean, for my own art, like I hate when it's a limit that's put by somebody who doesn't know my vision. Like that sucks. And like I do plenty of that during the day, you know, like or for clients.
I have a very basic approach to this.
Yeah.
Can I say bullshit on this show?
Yeah, you can. This is my show. I talk politics. I talk religion. I cuss. Like this is.
If I can't say bullshit, I won't say bullshit.
Oh yeah, no,
okay,
totally.
And I'm not bullshitting.
Look, I don't want to get into this bullshit, but don't say bullshit.
Look,
okay?
late night, we can say the BS word. No, seriously, that like my thought on that question is, it's like you just do it,
yes,
and then let other people talk, interpret it. So you just do it. You just, if you see a color that you like to paint your house, Corey knows this. I only speak in metaphors, much like Christ.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to paint your house a color and you really feel like, oh, I want to paint my house this color, you don't go, well, what does this color say? What does this color do? What does it color? You know, you paint your house that color, and then people go, oh, I get what you're doing. You're doing the New Mexico thing. You're like, no, I just like this color. So like the whole even issue of, you know, should we have, you know, freedoms or whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, create what you believe in, create what you want, and then worry about it afterwards. That's unless you're doing it for a client. And then Corey can tell you that's a lot of fun. You know, yeah.
I have 3 different clients right now that want me to do animations, and I'm like trying to convince them that I'm too expensive for them.
Just bid them out of the game, and then they'll pay you too much, and then you'll be stuck.
They will. They'll actually say yes.
I'm in that hole with a client that I love because they pay well and they're pretty open. But it's like, so I finished an illustration for them and they were like, okay, cool, here's another. And I'm like, no, it's weird, but it's like, it's weird to get to a point, especially in this climate. I feel bad kind of saying like that I don't want it, but I don't know. It is kind of weird to get to a point where you're like, I don't really want that work.
Yeah. I was today it occurred to me, I'm going to have some massive hospital bills soon. I should probably actually take this work.
Massive hospital bills. Oh no, is this like related to the back stuff?
No, his
no.
wife's pregnant.
Yeah, I got a baby due in 3 months.
Oh yeah, well that's not that massive though. You guys have decent insurance, right?
It still costs thousands of dollars because the insurance doesn't pay for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it did kind of suck. I'm sorry. I kind of feel like that part I forgot because maybe that's like the biological thing, like where my wife has forgotten how. I mean, like, I don't think my wife wants to have another kid, but still, like, she doesn't remember the experience in good ways. Like, there's things she forgot about the experience that I think are like biological.
Oh yeah,
conditioning so that you could possibly want to ever do that again because it's just hell.
every day Malia is shocked at how uncomfortable she is, and I'm like, she's like, this is completely different. I'm like, no, it's not completely different. It sucked the first time too.
Yeah, it's I think I forgot the financial.
Being 36 versus being 24 is a difference, but yeah, no, I did not forget. I think I'm still scarred at the amount of money that it cost me to bring Scarlett into this world. But
I forgot about also all the other stuff like the diapers and I don't know if you guys are diaper folks or not.
Great band.
We just let them run naked. They can just crap on the floor.
Well, just because I lived in Portland, Oregon, I'm used to like some kind of person who likes the cloth diapers and stuff, like, and they're like, how do you use diapers?
I had a client,
and the children too.
What's up?
I said, and the babies too.
Yeah.
I had a client who traded me design services for handmade cloth diapers, like quality handmade cloth diapers. And we tried them for less than a week.
Yeah.
I was just like, you guys can have these back.
Yeah, the 20 billionth load of laundry when you haven't slept in like 5 days is not.
I'll just tell you that you should never in any normal situation need to install a like dish sprayer onto your toilet.
Yeah.
That's just, like, I'm like, wait, so how does this work? They're like, yeah, so, like you change the kid's diaper and then you take that diaper with you, you walk down the hall, go into the bathroom, and then you get out your dish sprayer that you've installed on your toilet and you spray the poop out into the toilet. And then you take that diaper and you put it in the machine that washes all of the clothes that you wear. And then you also wear those clothes. And it's like, this is terrible. And then they're like, also we make baby wipes that are reusable felt baby wipes. And here's the solution that you mix. And I'm sure it's like super good for the environment. And I'm all about conserving the planet, except when it comes to diapers. It's like,
I think I'm a fan of conserving your mental health. And I think if it's a choice between, like, it does seem like there's a balance, like where it's like, keeping your child alive and getting enough rest to be able to power through the next day is like, I think equally, if not more important than, but anyhow, that's fascinating, man. So I don't know, like, I guess what got me thinking about the creativity thing was the idea of, what shirt was this guy wearing? I love these conversations when working because it's like I'll be mid-conversation and I'm like, am I sequentially... Have you ever had that happen, Jim? Well, I'm sure you have. In animation where you're like, this guy was wearing a red shirt, now it's green. Crap.
Yeah, I have to reference it all the time. Or fake.
I mean, you have no idea, Josh, how many times Jim and I have had the conversation of like, wait, are his chains on his wrist?
Yeah.
Did you forget to put the chains on his wrist again?
I told Corey, I suggested today, I said, Corey, if there's more scenes that need the chains added to his wrist, just take the chains off. Like, let's just have them without.
Just break the chains.
Let's break the chains.
You guys have been doing like it's funny because I know at Prairie where you guys from your vantage point it's taking a long time, but it's like from mine just observing it, like you guys are at it, having what looks like a pretty efficient, fast workflow.
I think we are. I think we are. I think neither one of us wants to be the guy like dropping the ball, you know?
Yeah.
So I think we are. I think and Breaking the Chains has been a completely honest show. Like we haven't bullshit. I said that word.
Yeah.
We've been really honest with the show. The good, the bad, and the ugly. But I can say, I think Corey would agree if I say this. We're both super ready for this project to be over, but not in a way where like, okay, that's it. We're not talking anymore. That's it. We're done. It's just, it's animation. It's and then Corey has other things coming up. I have other things coming up. It's like I think both of us are looking at the horizon. However, I think we're in the home stretch. We're in a good spot right now. So I think we're gonna finish it, and it'll be it was an interesting, fun experiment. Most I got out of it for sure. The most I got out of it was Corey's friendship and just good chats and stuff like that, and watching a man drift into mental illness in front of my eyes. So
I love it. I was gonna say, from knowing Corey, what do you mean? Do you mean drift into or I thought
like Tokyo
started that way? I'm kidding.
Sliding on in.
Man, okay. So another thing I was gonna say, or another thing I was gonna potentially bring up whilst working on this stuff was so that guy that I was listening to was also talking about sort of like wanting to try something other than comics because comics are hard, and I get it. And there was a part of me that like envied that because I wouldn't, and I said this, I think it's funny because anytime I say this, people take it the wrong way. But like the last Artcasters, they were talking about advice for like new cartoonists and stuff. And I was like, kind of just reiterating something I heard Chris Ware say that really hit me in a good way, where he was just like, yeah, just don't do comics. And he was like, I only say that because if you want to do comics, you're going to do comics. Like there's nothing somebody's going to say that will dissuade you. And by saying that, at least you'll know that you're not crazy when you kind of hate the process. And I kind of feel that way too. So it was interesting listening to this thing where I was like slightly envious, where I was like, I would like to quit comics, but I can't. I don't know if that makes sense. So do you ever catch yourself with animation, Jim, where you're like, can't I just paint a picture today?
No, I never wanted to get into comics as any time in the last 20 years. But I think once in a while live action, I say, oh, this would be, I wouldn't have to draw these telephone poles, and then I wouldn't have to, they would already be there. But at the same time, I just remind myself this covers a lot of bases of what I like to do. So,
yeah. Yeah, and I think live action has all its other complications, right? Like, although I do think, Jim, you would kill it with live action because you're good at directing people.
I'm always up for it. I've never. I think it's something I eventually will get into and probably have a really good time.
You did make a beautiful music video with Jose Cabrera that I'd highly recommend.
I just have to show you guys.
Oh
how much I love Jim's art. He sent me these mouths for this guy. I'm just gonna do like 4 seconds of this. And this is what it looks like. It's cracking me up.
Disney level.
It's just so great.
The mouth movements are pretty hilarious. Yeah.
I love it.
Man, yeah, like the other thing about animation, and this is what I'm kind of curious about with you guys collaborating too, is like, so now you're aching to kind of get back to your own projects too.
Totally, yeah, and our own methods. And I know Corey feels that way too. He's like,
Yeah.
I will never have to clean up another gym drawing as long as I live.
I've stopped trying to explain how I need the files, and just like I'll just do it. It's fine.
Corey, you're gonna miss this. You're gonna miss this.
That's so good. So like, do you think that's kind of one of the draws though for like animation is like the level of control you have as an artist over it?
Yeah, and I like how you threw that pun in right there. I don't think I didn't catch it. One of the draws, I know. Absolutely, yes. It's completely if that worries you, if control worries you, then don't get into animation at all, because it's all it is you have necessary control of everything. Nothing happens unless you make it happen. Unless you use trickery like we're using, or like block somebody's like the back of their head and they're talking, But yeah,
Well,
you're in control of everything.
It's funny too, because even like the kind of what's considered like traditional like Disney-fied animation, where it's like more of the like there's a lot more in betweening and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But even in that, there's so many cheats. Like,
yeah. Oh yeah.
There were a million cheats. They use like rotoscoping, like all sorts of like little tricks, like in like Snow White. And I mean, it's brilliant, but it's like there's even in that, like they're using the weirdest tricks to like make an illusion. Yeah, because I mean, it would be, I don't know. I animation freaks me out because of the amount of work in it, and I played with it a little bit this year for like kind of the first time since like I think I was younger and maybe noodled with Flash for a second, and it scared me a little bit because it's really fun. It's cool to like, it's cool to also it's fun. It's kind of a fun puzzle, Like I remember I was trying to figure out how to, like I had a gun pointing at a screen and I wanted to make it go off. And I was like, how could I make it look like it's shooting? And just coming up with like a quick solution for that was so fun. Just like trying to think through it where it's like, okay, so for a second you probably see like the bullet and then for a second it would flash like, and if I just have the screen just go white for a second, it's going to look like it flashed. And
yeah,
so I used like 4 really basic tricks that took a while just to think through, and then it worked. And I was like, really? Like that, it was just weird.
That's one of the dilemmas I come across a lot. I tend to just happen to have my stories take place in the same type of environments because I've done them before. Oh, I could do a club. Oh, I could do a coffee shop. Oh, it's like I start running out of environment instead of letting the story dictate where. So I'm trying to be, the last couple of films that I've done, I've kind of tried to be aware of that a little bit.
Yeah.
But we'll end up back in a club.
I don't know. I did like the Lars Lazarus seemed like a jump in the sense of a lot of locations. They were still like seedy Jim Lujan locations, but they were great. And it was like it was also interesting to see this like just strange world of mind readers, and like it's just I liked the explorations you did in that. I also like the film.
At one point, I was working on it, and at several points, I was working on it, and I just went, "This is really stupid, and ridiculous," but I in a good way. I mean, it was really funny. I mean, just some of the, it's funny. I mean, you guys know this. My stuff really doesn't have punchlines. Like my jokes aren't really like punchlines. Like they're not set up, big joke.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a payoff, but it's just more exaggerated humor. So like the whole seriousness of Lars Lazarus the ultra serious villain, and and I am Osiris, like that. It's like it's funny because it's just so stupid and silly,
Yeah.
but and it really truly is just, it is one of those cases where doing stuff to make myself laugh, like, and for the most part. I'm wondering with you guys, do you guys, well, Corey, you've done animation and comics, and Josh, you've done lots of sequential art. Is it the same in comics where they say you have to, is it kill your babies? Is that the term, or cut your babies, or
Kill your babies or kill your darlings is what
kill
I've
your
heard.
darlings, drown your puppies, or whatever? But is that happen a lot in comics as well? Do you find yourself like, I need to cut this segment because even though it's a favorite of mine, it's not going to work? Or this drawing, I want to draw this so bad, but it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're doing it right, you kind of have to, because it's like the first impulse is usually wrong. And then the weird thing is, like, in my script, like, I'm working in auto bio, and it's like there's a temptation. Like, one of the reasons I mapped it out and kind of like came up with the plot points, and I know where I'm heading. Like, I needed to know the ending, because with memoir, you can just get lost and end up just being like the guy at the bar who's just like telling your life story, and people are falling asleep because they're like, this is like, I don't need to, you're like, I walked out to the car, I opened the door, I used the key to unlock the door, then I sat in the car, and then I thought about, and it's like, there's a point where people are going to lose interest, and especially if it doesn't seem like it's driving towards a narrative.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, you have to like cut and pick and choose. And I scripted out some sequences that were really interesting stories that happened kind of in the time frame that I'm writing about, that I had to cut because they weren't sort of important for like the overall arching thing. And that can be fun though. And but I do like that about your humor, is like, I think like the first humor that really got me, like, you have like humor, like growing up, I liked a lot of Sunday comic strips, and I would get like books of puns and stuff like that. But the first humor that like really clicked with me was Monty Python.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the first time I found something where I was like, oh, this is like my thing. Like, it's, and I think humor works that way with people. Like, it resonates in different ways. My wife is like, slapstick resonates with her a lot more. So like, if we're watching a film and somebody like does a pratfall, she's just laughing, and I'm just kind of like, okay. I mean, pratfalls are funny, but I don't tend to go for like the pratfall stuff. But the thing I loved about Python is they never had like big punchlines. They just end their sketches, and it was like sort of the absurdity of the thing playing out, and then the humor just in the scenario that was funny.
The first two people as a child, the first two people that shaped my sense of humor were Steve Martin, his first album, Let's Get Small. That as a child, I was like 8 years old when that came out.
Is that the one that had the sing-along bit?
It's the one where he says the moon rock needle.
Yeah.
He has a diamond needle, and he had to upgrade to this, and he finally got a moon rock needle, $3 million needle for his record player. It's a great album, and I didn't understand a lot of the jokes, but I just knew he was funny, and I knew he was funny because he was so serious sometimes, and then he was stupid, and then he was real serious. He'd say, and then the other person that forged my sense of humor as a kid was Peter Sellers. As a kid,
yeah.
I loved Peter Sellers as a kid. I thought he was the greatest thing ever. It's so weird. Like, usually kids, like, you'd think I'd be like a Robin Williams fan. He's all right, but I was more like, I like the guys who do the understated, but Andy Kaufman.
Yeah,
that was the other one. I like the guy. So I think I'm attracted to people who play it really straight, but it's just ridiculous what they're saying, what they're doing.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that.
It's so good though. I always kind of feel like this too, because like when I do, like I'm not working in humor now, it's like I'm doing, I mean, there's humor in my story, a lot of humor to kind of try to couch like the heavier stuff, but I definitely wouldn't call this like a humor book. But it's like when I've done humor, like the t-shirt art and stuff that like one of the things that I noticed, like, is if you do a bit, like a joke, but you really commit and you make it like as authentic as possible. So it's like it, instead of just kind of doing it halfway, you just go full in, which I totally see with your stuff, where it's like, it's not just a bit about like a cliche character or something. It's like a bit about a guy, and you go to like his world, and you go in, like in the bar, there's like the signage that would be in that bar. It's like, it's super authentic to what
Corey
you're.
knows about the signage. Trust me, Corey knows the signage very well.
But I mean, I think that's part of what sells it and makes it funny. It's like, you're right. Like, it's like that deadpan thing where, like if you fully commit, it just makes it so much funnier.
Well, I remember big illustration party time, so I know you've got quite the funny bone. I remember your 1940s announcer. Oh, here we are in downtown sunny Los Angeles.
That was a fun one. We used to do these like bits that we come up with at like 3 a.m, and we'd be like, okay, we're gonna do this like a Western crossover episode with our friends from another podcast, and then and similarly we'd just commit and go all the way with it and be like, okay.
You guys are definitely good at. Kevin's really good at that too, because you don't expect Kevin to be funny.
Yeah, Kevin's hilarious, and then also he has like such a voice for like he just has a really good radio voice, like like, so he can sell a bit so good. But yeah, that guy Sharp is as a, I don't know if that's the right term, like sharp as a tack, I guess. But is a tack sharp? Is that saying? Yeah, I don't know. He's sharp. That's my point.
Sharp as the thumbnail.
Yeah. But yeah, like I think like it'd be fun to do like a humor comic after this. Actually, I might need to. This is
you might need a little break in that. I still want you to. I have there's a couple of characters I want you to play. One of them is the lead for a thing I want to do eventually. When I come to it, there's nobody else but you that would play this role. So I gotta get that rolling soon. But as soon as we finish Unchained Aggression, and we should do our YouTube premiere of it, Corey.
Oh yeah.
Now, we should make as big a deal as we can of this and show the world it. As soon as I finish that, I'm gonna announce the title and cast, et cetera, for my next thing, because I got that up now. So, but we're hoping
crazy. You must have. Sorry, go ahead.
Like late February, probably we'll finish it. Early March, late February. It's whenever we can. There's no pressure.
It feels eternal.
Yes,
we are definitely in the home stretch.
Yeah, because once Corey's done with the animating, then it's up to me. Then I can edit it.
Nice.
I'll just edit it all in one sitting really terribly. Just ruin it.
It's just going to be all of the shots like cropped in like the corner of the forehead of the character, and you're just going to see no movement, just a bunch of like squares of.
I'm going to use maybe a half second of every shot that we've animated. Just there's going to be so much on the cutting floor. Suddenly
it's just like all these George Lucas fades. Like, wait, what happened there?
Yeah. White fades, circles.
The one where it like, turns into stars and like kind of disappears.
Yeah. How do you both of you feel about when you get to the end, the home stretch of a project? Are you already dying to do the next one, or are you more focused on the one that you're working on at the time, finishing it?
That's a tough one, man.
It's an easy one for me. It's completely easy for me because I get halfway done with one and I start it's like the grass is always greener scenario for me. I can't wait to start this next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have like a couple that I really want to work on. I actually have one that's being pitched around that's a collaboration on a script that I like that's a historical fiction one, which is pretty cool. But I just did like 5 test pages and then we're shopping it and seeing what happens. Yeah, it's weird. It's like there's a part of me that is really attached to the thing I'm working on currently. But yeah, for sure. I have times where I'm like, I'm tired of drawing these characters. Like I want to be in a different world for a second. It'd be fun to do something where it's like a spaceship or like, like just something that's not, this, or like a all ages thing. Like there's a million things I want to do.
You should just, on the sequel book that you're working on, you should just, in the middle of it, just give yourself superpowers.
I've thought about that. Like if somebody really fully committed to like a slice of life comic where it's like almost the whole thing. And then the very end sequence, it'd be almost like, what was that movie with Nicolas Cage where he plays like his brother? It's like a Charlie Kaufman flick.
Oh yeah.
Is it Magnolia? Wait, what?
Starts with an A, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to play A, Pat.
Now, anyhow, so like the plot was very funny where it's like these 2 screenwriters, and then like one of them is like the one brother is like a screenwriter, is like a comedy writer. And then the other is like this really deep, like artsy writer. So the film starts out as like this artsy film. And then the brother is the artsy writer, like passes away. And suddenly the movie just becomes this crappy, like action flick that's written by the other screenwriter.
Oh,
it's so great. Adaptation. Yeah. That's what that would be kind of a similar thing where it's like, if you had like a slice of life that just at the end, just suddenly, or it's the origin story of like a super villain or something. That'd be funny.
Okay. Trivia fact here. True trivia fact. Is my brother Bob kills Nicolas Cage in Vampire's Kiss.
What?
Yes. He plays Emilio. And at the end of it, spoiler alert, at the end of it, he kills Nicolas Cage at the end of the movie.
No way. That's pretty awesome.
I'm saying this on the internet, and you can't say things that are not true on the internet.
That's fairly... Yeah,
long, guys.
I've never heard of any giant groups of people who believe in conspiratorial entry things.
We're starting a new thing called Cajanon, and it's going to be big. Big. People are talking.
Like basically, what you do is you watch, like episodes of Luke Cage, the TV show, and wonder why they casted the guy they casted as Iron Fist, and then
oh my god,
you start looking deeper into it and you realize it's a conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy to suck.
We lost Corey.
Oh man, we start talking about Iron Fist bad and he gets...
I know, we were just getting into Iron Fist and Corey just was like, I'm
sorry, Corey. I got offended and I left.
You know what? Iron Fist was my favorite superhero as a child, and loved Iron Fist. And here's what I'll say about the Marvel on Netflix. The first season of Daredevil, I was like, well, that's pretty intense, but that's cool. But by the second or third Marvel show on Netflix, I'm like, is every show just somebody getting like beaten to death and then like coming back to life? It's like, it was way too violent for me. I don't know. I don't know. It just was too dark, too violent, and not superhero-y enough for me.
Yeah, it's weird. I liked that angle of it for some characters, but I did really dig, like, I actually thought Luke Cage was really well done. Like the first season was really fun.
Yeah.
Daredevil, the point that I got bought in on it was like that hallway sequence.
Yeah,
have like 36 chambers kick in.
Yeah,
I was like,
there were some great moments. I even like the guy who played Daredevil was great.
Oh yeah.
In fact, the cast, I'll say the cast all around was great. But when they got to Iron Fist, I'm like, dude, they gave him a goatee or a beard. It's like he doesn't look like I don't know.
I feel like they just dropped the ball on that because it could have been like the Shaolin movies, you know?
That's
Like,
the Iron Fist I want to see right here. This is the guy. Oh
Look at
my
that.
god, that looks great.
oh, that's hilarious.
That looks
That's so funny.
cool.
The mouth movements on that are hilarious too.
That's awesome.
Oh. Hey
Dude,
Joshua,
I'm excited about this.
Joshua, send me if you can on your phone, send me like 20 or 30 seconds of you doing barroom fluff, and I mean just like a regular conversation, like just nonsense, and I'll mix you in, and then you'll get your name on the credits.
You know,
and then you can get your SAG card.
Barroom Fluff is actually the original lyrics in that Ramones song. Barroom Fluff. Yeah, it's they changed it because people thought they weren't hardcore enough, and they were trying to sell out.
Wasn't that a cover? Wasn't that originally done by the Diaper Folks?
I think it was Barroom Fluff. I don't know, but that's what it came to mind.
But that's not the Ramones, anyways.
Barroom Blitz is definitely the Ramones.
No, it's not.
Yes,
I thought Barroom Blitz was originally written by.
That's like
what's
Golden Earring or somebody. You're thinking of
The Sweet
Creed Bop.
I can't even think of the guy, but I know. I think I'm with. I think I'm with Jim on this. I don't know, but I don't know.
Barry Manilow. That's it.
Barry Manilow.
Yeah.
He
Barry
wrote everything.
So I know Bar. Corey, you're talking to the host of Jim TV.
That's true, man. This dude is like a music professor. He's the Kurt Loder of our generation.
So did the Ramones?
They did Blitzkrieg Bop. The
Blitzkrieg Pop.
I know Blitzkrieg Bop.
But Barroom Blitz was. Oh my gosh!
It is a song, but I don't think it's. Maybe they did a cover, and I don't know about it.
Barroom Blitz was by a band called Sweet.
Sweet.
Who are like super rad 70s looking dudes. And I will say
they also
the guitarist was totally ripping Joey Ramone's hair.
Didn't Sweet also sing the original A Quiet Riot song?
Oh my gosh, these album covers look like a Jim Lujan cartoon, actually.
Yes, I love it. Did they sing "Come On, Feel the Noise"?
I wouldn't know. My knowledge of that type of rock.
Hold on. Sweet.
I think "Come On, Feel the Noise" was by Quiet Riot. Yeah.
No. It's a cover. And yes, I was right. I was right twice, kids. It's not Sweet. It was Slade, not Sweet. But the first letter is right.
Got it.
I'm so confused right now.
Me too.
I'm going to mute my mic and listen to this song for just a minute because I am certain that at the very least that the Ramones covered it.
You know what?
I've never heard of it.
You might be 100% right with the cover. That could be very true but I don't.
The Ramones don't strike me as the type of band that covers anyone.
Yeah, they do. They covered.
I also wouldn't expect them to score like a teeny bopper beach movie. So yeah, I don't know. What do I know?
I don't know, man. Teeny bopper beach movies. You need to do a beach.
They could do a cover of it, maybe.
You need to do a beach party cartoon.
Yeah,
it has a beach party sequence. I don't know.
So confused.
How could that be like? Nah, I don't know if that fits. I'm like,
that
sounded cool.
Hey, Corey, I do see Barroom Blitz by the Ramones on Rock Band 3, but I'm not finding it anywhere else. Ramones Blitz. I don't know. Hey, you know what, Corey? This is that the Mandela effect. This is that.
The,
Muted. You're muted because you.
Yeah, I was trying not to get a copyright strike on Josh's channel.
Oh,
no, that's honestly okay. I'm not
thought-
commoditized yet, so you're.
I thought
you're
maybe
good.
God got mad at you. Again.
So let me see here. I got
Ballroom Blitz, as made famous by the Sweet. What? Hold on.
so one of the most fascinating. Maybe Sweet was the cover band, and Corey was right all along. This is getting interesting.
Because look at the beginning of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
As made famous by Sweet.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
that
like
means-
Hey Jude, as made famous by the Beatles.
That's not how that works.
I'm really curious now because I will say I was surprised, and this is just on the note of like bands that are covered frequently. When you look at Neil Diamond's discography, it's pretty badass, the songs that guy wrote.
Very confused. It's
Just saying.
Corey, I just did all bands who covered Ballroom Blitz, and here's what comes up. Okay, there's Sweet, the original, 1974, 75. Then Crocus does it. And then, I know who you were thinking of, Corey. You're thinking of Tia Carrere.
Who is
That's
that?
who you confused her with the Ramones. That's what it was.
I do that all the time.
The Misfits do it too. You know what? I don't even see the Ramones on here. I'm not saying they don't do it, but I'm just saying that.
No, I don't think they do. I think I have fully invented this memory in my mind.
I've done that, man. I've done that multiple times. Let's see here. Jeremy. Okay.
I mean, every time I search for this, Blitzkrieg Bop comes up, but that is a completely different song.
It's a good song.
It is a good song.
It is good, but it is not Ballroom Blitz.
No, I don't know why. I
Weird.
I don't know. I'm thinking cover songs. What do you think is the best cover song that you've heard?
Oh, you're not going to agree with me at all.
You're gonna completely be embarrassed by mine.
Well, I know he won't agree with mine.
Okay, go ahead.
Mine is absolutely. I think it's "Come Together" by Aerosmith.
I definitely don't agree with that.
I know. I like Aerosmith's version as much as I like the Beatles version, and there's no other group that's done a Beatles cover where I could say that. But maybe 'cause I heard it. Yeah, maybe
What appeals to you about it, though? I'm curious because, like, I don't want to judge it. I don't agree, but I want to.
Sleazy. They bring an element of sleaze to it that's not in the original. That's why.
I'll agree with that.
Totally. Yeah. Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a Not a Surf cover of "Where Is My Mind" a couple years back that was so subtle, but I just loved it. They like looped this little thing in the back, and it's great.
What would you say, Corey? What was yours?
So the first one that came to mind, I don't know if this is the best or my favorite one, but
Don't say Ballroom Blitz.
Avril Lavigne covering "Basket Case" by Green Day.
I know Basket Case version, but by the way, little side note: Avril Lavigne is very pretty.
Yeah, she apparently has been dead for years and was replaced by her bodyguard. That's the Pizzagate theory running around.
That happened.
Oh wait, she's part of Pizzagate too.
I know it's an old theory, but there's like if you just search like Avril Lavigne is dead. Yeah,
probably the new Paul McCartney.
That's true.
Let's see. Yeah. So why? This is in the Guardian. Why fans think? Thank you. Why fans think Avril Lavigne died and was replaced by a clone named Melissa?
Is there just big text that says because they're stupid? Like,
A rumor that the Canadian singer has been replaced by a lookalike resurfaced on Twitter last week, but she is not the first star. Blah, 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 blah. Did you know Avril Lavigne was replaced by a lookalike and named Melissa in 2003? That's the opening sentence. And this is The Guardian. This isn't The Onion.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man.
Well, Corey, you just got to do your research, man.
I thought you were going to say maybe she transitioned to Adam Levine.
I know nothing about Avril Lavigne. So
I'll tell you, transitioning. I'll tell you something that threw me recently. I didn't know that the makers of The Matrix
oh yeah,
transitioned. I was
one of them.
Just one of them. I thought it was both.
No,
because
they were the Wachowski brothers. Now they're the Wachowski brother and sister.
Yeah.
Because I heard somebody refer to the Wachowski sisters, and I was like, did they have siblings that I was unaware of? And then I looked them up, and I'm like, oh, they transitioned, but I didn't know it was just one.
Well, maybe, I mean, if it's both, that's new. That's something I'm not aware of, but I am aware of the one.
Let me call Melissa Levine. Hold on. Hello.
You mean Adam, right?
Hello. Yes. Why, this is a remote control.
I feel like there's some pretty fascinating.
Yeah, they've both transitioned. So Lana, Lana, formerly known as Larry, and Lily, formerly known as Andy.
Wow. So it's both.
Were they twins? I wonder.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's interesting.
Wow, I thought it was one. That's crazy.
Yeah, one did it in 2007 and one did it in 2016. So
wow.
They did it at the same time. Anyway, but I didn't know that. They went after somebody who said some transphobic crap, and I was like, oh, look at that. Anyway.
Yeah, I had no idea about the second. I knew about the first from I forget, it was like an interview or something where it's like, oh, okay, good for her. You know?
I think we did, Corey. Didn't we have this talk about no, it was my friend David, and I had to talk about what people call political correctness, or what they call, the whole okay, if you're like Gen X as I am, you're in this weird middle ground, because the baby boomers tend to be the ones who are like, well, why can't we say that no more? We grew up saying that, and then our generations were adopted into that, saying certain things like that. Oh, that's just what it's called, right?
Yeah.
And then, but we're also kind of aware. It kind of gets split down the middle, I think. Aware enough to be like, all right, we can adopt the new thing.
Yeah.
But like, I honestly didn't know that transvestite was like a hurtful term or anything until I did Revengeance, and we were at a college, and I explained. I used the word transvestite when I was explaining how there's a bar scene in there where all the truckers would go, and my idea for that was going to be that they all go there and you get in drag and like they let loose. And I used the word transvestite, and somebody came up to me afterwards and said, that's kind of a hurtful term. And I was like, well, I'm sorry. I never realized that. It's from a place of ignorance I come from.
Yeah.
I go, what's the correct term? And she told me, maybe transitioning American. And I was like, no, can we come up with a better one?
Trans, though, I've heard trans is fine.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. That's easier. I'm not going to say transitioning American, though.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. The other thing is, like, what if they're not American? I mean, that's
exactly
a lot of assumptions.
Well, I know.
John, I'm just saying it right now. They can be American. If you're trans, you can still be American. I apologize on behalf of Josh. That was really hurtful and just, nationalistic. But that's Josh.
Yeah, that's what I was aiming for there.
Josh is such a jingoist.
Yeah, that's Josh. That's what we should call the show. Gosh, Josh. And you say,
did I tell you guys? So I have a neighbor who's a big fan of Donald Trump, a huge fan of Donald Trump. Like he had I have told this story to Corey before, but it's like, so he had a flag, like an American flag hanging in front of his house. There's a couple guys on my street who hang American flags. Well, that's cool, you know. And then during the election, he hung a flag that had the Trump campaign sign like printed on the back of the American flag, which I was like, that's a little weird because I thought you weren't supposed to like print on the flag, but okay.
Yeah.
But it was funny because they had misprinted it. So like he had to decide whether to hang the American flag right side up with Trump upside down. So he had the Trump part upside down because he's a patriot, right?
Right.
And then finally, like I noticed, like it was like a couple of weeks before the end of the campaign, he finally bought a separate flag. So he had a Trump flag and then his U.S. flag. So I think he realized the misprint was annoying for him.
He should have just had a thing that spins the flag. Hey, I'm gonna grab my charger because this computer's gonna die.
But anyhow, I'll have to tell the rest of this when Jim returns. There's so much to this flag. It's been fascinating to watch the whole thing play out.
I don't know if I had a neighbor that moved, because I mean I live in a college town, so sometimes like the houses are pretty transient or whatever.
Would you say it's a small town? Like
college town.
Okay.
Like they.
Sorry, I just wanted to do the I grew up in a small town, that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay.
But there was a Trump flag up for a long time. And then it just came down like I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago.
Good.
And I was like, did they move? Because it kind of lined up with the semester, but it also lined up with like some other news items. And I was like, I wonder which one of those it is.
Maybe they changed their mind. Yeah. Yeah. So this guy, now that Jim's back, I can actually get into it. But so the final iteration of this flag story, Jim. He, up until the insurrection at the Capitol, has this Trump flag just proudly waving, like far after the election results, all of that. And then after the insurrection at the Capitol, the next morning, I go out and he's got the American flag upside down, and that's it. And I felt like bringing him some like punk rock albums. Like, now that you like are all mad at the country, let me introduce you to some punk rock, dude. I don't know. But it's so weird to like go outside. He's had the flag just hanging upside down.
Call me old fashioned, but I'm not into customizing the flag.
Yeah, I'm not either. I'm like
one flag.
Yeah.
For all. I mean, in any way. Like I don't care if it's right or left or what, but I just think it's one flag. We're all American.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too, and it was weird, but that's all I'm saying. It was a little strange. It's been an interesting adventure in flags.
I have a very unpopular opinion that makes me sound weird, but
is it unpopular, Corey, or is it really popular? It's going to be popular now.
Wait, is this going to have something to do with storming the Capitol? Because we had this.
I find things that use the American flag to be really tacky. Like I'm just kind of like any time I see it, and this is not recent. This isn't like a Trump thing. This is just like ever like. I don't want to alienate people, but people I know probably.
I want to alienate people. I have no problem. This is my channel.
I know, but people I know probably don't watch your channel. Like people I know in town. But like, if you are wearing camouflage, or if you're wearing the American flag, and you're not like hunting or at the 4th of July parade, I immediately judge you. Like I try not to judge people, but like
judge this.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I have to admit that is pretty rad. Great outfit there.
Just looks like it looks like somebody cosplaying as a gender bent Wonder Woman. But yeah, I was at a thing the other night, and I looked around and I was like, I feel so out of place here. Because there were, I'm trying to think of the number of guys there. It's 5 guys. One
Were
of them
they like all wearing hoods and stuff? And you're like, wait a minute, this is not the meeting I'm meant to go to.
There's 5 guys. One of them was me, and only 2 of us were not dressed in some sort of American flag or camo. And I was like,
Yeah.
the majority of the men in this room, it's not like a person at Walmart. It's like, this is a weird place to be for me.
So it kind of became like the unicorn church.
It's tastefully done, this one here, because
The placement of that eagle.
Yes. The strange part is those things actually exist.
Insert pecker joke here. So, anyways, no, I when I see a flag, it was during the election. Of course, you saw them all over these customized flags that meant certain things. They're American flags. That these stars are blacked out because of whatever. I'm not down with that. I'm not.
Yeah.
Not when it comes to the American flag.
I feel like it depends, right? Like, I'm like, if it's on a punk album, and it's like an album cover, and it's like trying to use it for effect, I'm all for it. Like,
that's a different category to me. I mean,
Josh full on has a thin blue flag tattoo on his.
Yeah, and then my I wish I knew muscle names so I could sound really like more convincing with it and be like, yeah, I got it on my lats, or what. I don't even know what your lats are. But it's, that just sounds like an appropriate place.
If you were a female, then a tattoo on your lats would be near the side boob. That's right.
I'm gonna create a flag, and I'm gonna have like mesh or nylon on it, and it's because in support of the strippers.
Oh, nice! So it's a flag that is wearing nylons.
It's a flag that's putting itself through college. And
Jim, I got to the giant long panning bar scene, so we have all the shots for the first 39 seconds of this thing now.
What?
Oh wait, no, the bar scene is done. So hold on. What? We have all the shots for the first minute and 11 seconds.
Congrats, guys! That's huge.
So we're gonna do a little breaking the chains here for a second. So, Josh, if you want to draw, you be our guest.
That actually works. I am going to take a 2-second break anyway, because I usually at the hour mark. So
welcome to Breaking the Chains.
They've pirated my channel. I can't get them up.
Yeah. So one of the things I'm sending you, Corey.
This is the show. How Jim Lujan and Corey Kerr collaborate live. It's not official until we play the stupid intro.
Welcome to Breaking the Chains, the show about where we work on our graphic novel and break some chains.
What are you saying?
So there is in the animatic, there's a shot of is it the oh wait, actually I have it here. I have the storyboard here. So
I have the animatic right here.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about where is it? Here it is.
Ooh.
Okay. So for example, there's a shot of Wayne outdoors without his shirt. We're just going to use that one shot we have of him without his shirt. Okay. And then there's this one. I'm sending you this one. Yeah.
Okay, real quick.
I might have sent you this one here. But this is just a placeholder.
Okay.
It's only a placeholder. It's for the end when they're complimenting Wayne, kind of, or saying those things. So their expression should change. And the same thing with the Jock Bro guy. There's a scene where he's at the end where he's kind of incoherent on the ground. So his expression should probably change if you can. You know, his eyebrows and stuff.
I can't change the girls' expressions
Um,
because you didn't give me enough.
no, theirs can be very similar because what they're saying fits this kind of a little bit. It doesn't.
I
Really
have to listen to the dialogue right now. Hold on.
Okay.
Get it. Oh, away.
This fight sequence is going to be pretty epic, I think.
Oh, away.
I think I can use the same.
Yeah,
You
you can. For the end where they're saying she's like, he's a little pit bull of sexiness or something like that. It doesn't matter. You can use the same.
I think I already have that
This
too.
guy's about 3 seconds away from getting maced.
All right, so right here is the next. Okay, sorry. I just needed to get the next shot that I'm doing.
So, Jim, does that have any guest voices on it, or is that all you?
No. Malia, his wife, plays the blonde girl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then Deacon Burns plays the other girl, and then I play one of the girls.
That's so good.
It's terrible.
It's good, terrible. Terrible's good. I am doing a interview tomorrow at 10 I've hit the big time. It's a local Santa Clarita station.
Oh, really?
Probably just doing an article or something, but it's still cool. And like, actually, I don't know. The only problem is like, I'm writing about faith, but a lot of the faith-based folks in Santa Clarita may not really dig what I'm laying down. You know, I don't know if that makes sense.
I have a hype. I was thinking driving home, as I always do, thinking about Josh today.
Yeah. Well, I think about you all the time.
The only thing that gets me through my travels.
Mm-hmm.
But
I didn't, man. It would have been ideal if I was drinking from my Jim Lujan mug right now, but I've got this like Yoda mug.
That's okay. I designed that too. But this is going to be hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
It's not happening yet. But I had an idea for a character that is kind of the cool pastor, young cool pastor.
That would be hilarious.
Okay. Well, then you've been cast.
I'll do the cool pastor.
Okay.
I'd have to play up a lot of the like bros and stuff. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, cool. Yeah. But he's kind of like, young, thin. He works out, kind of like the Bieber Church a little bit. Like the cool pastor. Hey kids. Hey, we're not into this. We don't really need to read the book. Just like the cool guy.
Oh my gosh! One of the funniest versions of the cool pastor I've seen was in I can't even remember what that movie was called, but it was like a movie where I think it was called like Saved or something.
Yeah,
it literally has this pastor like come into like Christian hip hop, and he's like, "What's going down? Are you down with the JD?" Like, just like this weird, like just using acronyms and stuff. It was like a PowerPoint meeting kind of presentation.
And I'm also gonna because I'm up and it's almost 2 a.m. and hopefully, this will be our little secret on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give away a scene that's from the project that I'm gonna work on. It's an actual true story that happened. I'm gonna tell you the true story, not how I'm gonna use it.
Nice. So you guys, this is like, I talk about memoir all the time. This is Jim's very serious memoir.
This is a very serious thing. So we were at church years ago, and one of the not patrons, what do you call the parishioners? I guess you could say. Okay, so and so is going to come up and he's going to sing a song now for us in the church, and it was this little Mexican guy. Older guy. He kind of looked like Tommy Chong, but like a small version of Tommy Chong.
Okay.
Like a white goatee, kind of white. Like you could tell this guy was a stoner at one point. When he comes up and he was going to sing a song for the church, but he got up and he had his amp up there, and his electric guitar. And his electric guitar was a little bit rocky. It looked a little bit like, okay, that looks like you might have played in a rock band,
It said
And
this
he-
machine kills fascists on
Yeah.
it.
So but the best thing was when and this guy's he's probably 60.
Yeah.
And the minute he clicked on his amp, you could hear it. I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be loud. And so he started playing, and he got right up to the mic, so his mouth was kind of like muffled, And it was so loud, and he was not playing single notes. He was strumming, but it had this like distortion on it. So he's singing like a song about, Jesus. He's going, Jesus is my, and it's going, and people were like,
I want his album. He sounds
and I was laughing.
epic.
I was trying not to laugh. I was just so funny because he was so sincere, and he's just strumming this, and it's like super loud and vibrating, and you couldn't hear his vocals. It was like one of the most comical moments I ever experienced in my life. So I said I got to use that in the film. I am going to use a very similar thing.
Oh man, it's funny. So I always like to describe like the way I grew up as like kind of inside of the Christian industrial complex. It's like where it's like I got like this kind of look at like the belief system, but it wasn't like it was more just like a very weird like you dress the right way kind of religion. It wasn't quite what I've come to know it as now. But it is funny because I have so many weird stories of stuff like that where, like I started getting into hip hop, and I remember buying like Low End Theory, and then having like someone kind of explain to me how that's like satanic and horrible, and that I should instead listen to like this crappy like Christian hip hop that was like the worst stuff I'd ever heard. And it was mostly white people like pretending they knew how to rap. Like, so it was kind of equivalent to like when you hear like Blondie like trying to do her thing, except like 20 years after Blondie.
How dare you talk about my love, Blondie, like that?
I actually do love. I actually like the band Blondie. I just that song Rapture drives me nuts though. It's so bad. It's kind of like I love REM, but there's this song that like I think they'd probably want to forget too. That was on Out of Time, where it was like radio song.
What, Shiny Happy People?
What's up?
Shiny Happy People?
No, there. So on same. I think was Shiny Happy on Out of Time. I think it was, but no. This one's
like Shiny Happy People. Holding.
This one was called Radio Song, and it's REM, but it had a rap in it, and it was horrible. And what's weird is the rapper on it's like I think like Maz Def or something. It's like a legit MC, but it's just so bad. Like it's horrible. I mean, like, so even the rap line starts out and it's like he comes on, it's it's like an REM song, and then the hook ends and it's like a song about like the DJ sucks on the radio kind of thing. And then it cuts to this guy coming in going, "Yo, what are you saying? What are you playing?" It's just like it's the worst like 4-meter rhyme.
Vaguely familiar to me.
Oh, it's so bad.
All right, wait.
Like, I love almost everything REM's done, but that.
I'll give you a question. You know who this is? Wait, who is this?
I don't. Who is that?
Who is this, Corey?
No clue.
Let me give you a hint. Here's a good hint.
The young Corey Kerr.
I would have hair like that today if I was allowed to.
How about this?
Really? Would you go like full long hair?
Oh, just because you don't have to cut it.
Yeah, I kind of do like that idea. I used to have long hair in high school. I'm sure you could have never predicted that, like early high school. And then like halfway through my freshman year, I got like hardcore in because I was really into like metal.
All right.
Alternative.
Here's your hint. Ready? Born in the USA.
What?
Yep.
What? There's no way.
That's Bruce Springsteen.
Wow, what a trip, man.
Very.
So I don't know if I missed it because of generations. I never got heavy into Bruce Springsteen.
The boss.
Yeah. Yep.
This, I'm very confused on why this layer is so. What is going on here?
Does that sound normal to say since junior high school? Or should it say since junior high?
I would say since junior high.
Yeah, I don't think people say junior high school often.
What is going on?
What were
Why is this happening? Sorry.
what were your first albums that you really connected to?
I'll tell you the first albums I purchased and
Like-
what I liked. The first album I actually purchased was Megadeth Countdown to Destruction or Countdown to Extinction. That was my first purchase. And we did that was back when like BMG and Columbia were doing like you'd get like a CD for like a penny
Oh, nice.
or whatever. And we would subscribe and then unsubscribe like every other week. And my uncle like called him up and said, "Hey, are you guys okay with this?" And they're like, "Yeah, it's fine." And we're like,
That was a strange model.
yeah, it obviously didn't take, but like there was about 2 years, I think from like 1994 to 1996, where I just got dozens of basically free CDs. You'd buy one for like $10 and then you'd get like 12 for a penny each or something. Anyway, Megadeth Countdown to Extinction, Pantera Vulgar Display of Power. Hated that one. I can't remember the other ones. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. Who was the Ugly Kid Joe? One good song.
I was gonna say I'm guessing that was like one of those albums that had like one track and then you kind of skipped everything else. What about you, Jim? Best album?
Last one though, Green Jelly. You guys remember Green Jelly?
Ooh.
Yeah.
The three little pigs.
Okay.
Yeah. I remember that.
The stuff they had the best. It was a claymation animated music video on MTV, and it
I
was
remember that.
the coolest thing I'd ever seen at that point in time in my life.
And it's basically like this rockin' wolf, right? Like trying to take down the three little pigs. But then I forget, like, don't they end up with like a corporate, like, coked out 80s building at the end of the video?
Right. Because it was the third little pig lived in Hollywood Hills.
That's right.
You know, paid something to pay for the bills or whatever. But yeah, the other songs on that album were so vulgar and vile. It was such a weird experience as a young teenager, like not like a real teenager, but I was like sort of entering my teens.
Yeah.
I felt like I had like broken some incredibly amazing rule of society or something, because there was one song about a superhero that was made out of feces. that was his superpower, was that he was made of crap. Anyway. Sorry. So those were my first couple albums.
That's awesome.
But I remember specifically listening to High Speed Dirt, which was a song on that Megadeth album. It was a guy just monologuing as he was jumping off of a cliff or out of a plane or something, about what it was like, about how excited he was to die once he hit the ground. And I was like, this is amazing. It was like mind blowing that, like, you know, like, not like music didn't have to be beautiful.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be happy. It can be angry. This is incredible. Anyway, so there's mine.
That's a pretty good selection. What about you, Jim? First albums you personally purchased
Ooh, that I
on
personally
could
purchased.
be on vinyl, could be on cassette,
It was
could be on 8-track. I'm just fucking around.
probably was. The first one I ever purchased as a kid was Lenny and Squiggy, Lenny and the Squigtones. They had an album, Lenny and, from the Laverne and Shirley show.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, they had an album. That was the first one I purchased. I got all the hand-me-downs from my brothers and sisters. So, like the album that I was reared on was the White Album by the Beatles.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one I grew up listening to. I knew the White Album before I knew of Sgt. Pepper's or any other stuff.
Dude,
So,
that's great. Because you
yeah.
got like Back in the USSR,
Yeah,
like, Happiness is a Warm Gun. Like that album is that's
the
great.
greatest album ever made, in my opinion. Well, but that's my introduction to the Beatles. Like normal people get into like, I Want to Hold Your Hand, and then they go, I don't like the later Beatles. I only knew the later Beatles as a little kid.
I love it because like when they started, they could sing really well. Like they had these clear, crisp voices, and they could barely play their instruments, which is funny because now compare it to like almost anyone, and they could play better than most people. But but they weren't as good at instrumentation. And then as they go on, it's like their voices just got way raw, and their instrumentation just got crazy. Like, I like my favorite Beatles album is probably Rubber Soul. Now.
Rubber Soul and Revolver to me are like the same album.
Yeah, they're pretty similar.
Yeah, those are my top three though. The White Album and those two.
Yeah, but I like Sgt. Pepper's too. I just like, there's songs I can't stand on there, but most of them, like, they aren't even bad. It's just like Yellow Submarine, right? Like it.
Well, that's on Yellow Submarine.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
for some reason.
Right before Ballroom Blitz.
Nice. But I was like trying to remember. I think Yellow Submarine's on there, and then I think there's a another song. Well, no, I like Octopus's Garden in a weird way. Like it's a terrible song, but I like it.
Yeah, there's very.
I feel like they were kind of throwing the bandmate a bone on that, where they're like, "All right, dude, just sing Octopus's Garden," and he's like, "I'd like to be. Yes, this is my moment."
There's very few Beatles songs that I don't like. Did you know this? I didn't know this until a couple years ago. Did you know that in the 5 years after the Beatles broke up, Ringo Starr had the biggest chart success?
Yeah, and it was like like what wasn't it like a disco album or something?
All in all, if you add up all the albums sold and everything like that, like Ringo Starr had the biggest success.
I'm not that surprised.
Wow. But that was right after the Beatles broke up. But it's
best thing that Ringo Starr ever did, though. The movie Caveman.
Huh. Okay, I've never seen this movie.
Yeah, Barbara Bach. It's where he met his wife.
Caveman. It's got Shelley Long in it. Dennis Quaid.
Huh.
It's got one of the linebackers from the Raiders at the time.
Dennis Quaid's in it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Isn't he?
I don't know.
I thought Ballroom Blitz was the Ramones. Now I'm questioning everything.
Barbara Bach. He met his wife on that film. He's still married to her to this day.
It's a spoof of the Raquel Welch movie.
Yeah, it is good. Yeah.
I didn't know. Like, I only learned this recently because of now I'm gonna blank out on his name, and I met him. The guy from
Barack Obama.
Python, Eric Idle. Released an autobiography recently, and he was talking about like all the George Harrison connections with Python, and I had no idea. What's up?
He was a producer on the Ruddles.
Yeah, like he produced the Ruddles, and not only that, like he's the reason Holy Grail, not Holy Grail, but man, I'm blanking.
Life of Brian.
Yeah, The Life of Brian. Like the original producer dropped out, and so he was like, "I'll cut it. I'll pay for that."
Josh, look at cool.
Yeah,
so
he also
kind of forgive him for the My Sweet Lord. He's so fine thing.
Oh, I thought you'd forgive him for Shanghai Surprise.
Yeah, isn't that Dennis Quaid?
It looks like him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah.
I have
Isn't that-
never seen the movie.
Yeah,
What
there's-
is that film? What is the plot? Walk me through it because it looks very corny.
It
in a
is.
good way.
Oh, it's horrifically corny. My
Yeah,
wife this day has not forgiven me for making her watch that. She
Yeah,
is
don't-
still mad about it. It's been like 14 years since I made her watch it. She's still angry.
Yeah, you're not
There's
going to get
like a seething undertone to every interaction that we have because I forced her to watch that movie. There's 6 English words in it. No, I'm sorry. There's like a whole language that we used to speak to each other in.
I thought there was only one English word in it, and I thought it was a cuss word.
No, remember the Asian dude? He breaks and he's like, "No, that's food. That's friend." He starts explaining everything to everybody, and then they're all like, "No, zug zug," and he's like, "Fine, zug zug," right? So all of my cousins would speak to each other in the language that they wrote for that movie. It's an awful movie, but it's intentionally bad.
Are there subtitles to kind of explain?
Nope, you don't need them. They have friend, enemy, food, and sex. That's those like that. That is like 80% of the caveman language that they have there. It's just like they have each other's names, right? And so, but yeah, and most of it is so. The plot of the movie is Forrest Gump. It's basically that like Ringo Starr's character accidentally invents everything. He accidentally invents like walking upright. He accidentally invents cooking food. He accidentally invents fire.
So this is like a comedy, sort of?
Oh yeah, no, it's a spoof on 1,000 Years BC, the Raquel Welch movie.
Okay, I gotta see this movie.
I have it on DVD.
And it's Ringo Starr.
Ringo Starr, Dennis Quaid, Shelley Long.
That's
Yep.
hilarious. I think like I always feel bad in the sense that Ringo gets a bad reputation for his beats, and he was not like by any means like a drummer.
You know what? I think Ringo and Charlie Watts are really, really, really great drummers.
Yeah, like he didn't do things that were like, oh crap, how do you do that? But he made choices. That looks terrible.
This claymation dinosaur that they have like falls off a cliff at one point in time, and they spend like an inordinately long amount of time like having him like wave his arms around trying not to fall over, and it goes on forever. And this is like this plant that tries to eat him, and it's obviously just a person with a glove on.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the whole movie is phenomenal. It's just
Corey, have you seen
stupid.
Have you seen Bugsy Siegel?
What is it?
Bugsy Siegel, or is it Bugsy Malone?
No.
I think it's Bugsy Malone. Have you seen it, Josh?
I might have. It sounds familiar. Kind of talk about it.
It stars I think Scott Baio. I think it's all kids. It's a gangster movie, and it's all kids, and they have machine guns that fire cream puffs at each other. It's the most bizarre 70s movie you'll ever see. Bugsy
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Malone, go look it up. It'll be I can't. Super bizarre.
Worst movie of the 90s. Toys with Robin Williams. Have you guys seen it?
I haven't seen it since I saw it when I
was
was younger.
What was that, Jim? You cut out.
Isn't LL Cool J in that too?
Yes, LL Cool J and who's the Bellatrix Lestrange actress?
Helena Bonham Carter?
Yeah. No. She's not in it. It's now I gotta look it up.
I think I started that movie and I just didn't make it through it.
Oh, you're missing some of the worst garbage that has ever been put
I
on.
saw it in the theaters, and I have never seen it since because I was pretty young. I'd be curious to kind of rewatch it, but I remember it being pretty terrible.
Yeah, I saw it in the theaters too. Joan Cusack is in it. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, Joan Cusack's amazing though.
Yeah. In this, most of the movie, she is wearing a rubber hair wig.
Now that makes me want to see it though. My favorite Joan Cusack role is she plays I'm kind of obsessed with John Cusack movies because I think I'm that right age where like Say Anything was like this really cool movie where I was like, holy crap, this is like the coolest movie. He made a movie in the 90s called Grosse Pointe Blank that is hilarious. It's got some of the best Joan Cusack moments where she's like a operator for a hitman. It's pretty amazing.
Do you remember this wig?
I do not. I don't remember anything from that movie, and I'm imagining it's probably because it was pretty terrible. I remember there was like fights with like toy soldiers for some reason.
Oh yeah, no. The plot of the movie is that it's Willy Wonka basically. Robin Williams plays the Willy Wonka, except instead of candy, it's toys. But then there's somebody else that has like a military industrial complex tie to the government, and they take over the company, and they turn all the toys into weapons.
Well, and then I'm sure there's like a big, you've turned all the toys into weapons.
No, there's like a baby in a baby carriage that opens its mouth and shoots like an RPG out of its mouth. It's like, I mean, I haven't seen it since I was 12, but it was so bizarre that it's like indelibly burned into my mind. It was just, and the best thing is LL Cool J pretending to be like some hardcore soldier. I'm a military man and like a military meal. I don't like my food to touch. I like lines of demarcation between my peas and my mashed potatoes.
I can't remember that line.
That's pretty hilarious, man. I kind of want to watch that now. I tend to like bad movies too. So
yeah, but they gotta be bad enough. They can't be like just bad, regular bad.
Yeah, when they're trying, it's best.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that movie, I think sounds like something I'd want to watch now because I guarantee they were trying to do something really like profound with it.
I feel like Jim would be really into this movie. Let me guess if you've seen it. I still have it on DVD. Reptilicus.
I've never heard of it. No.
It is awful. I actually would use it. I lived in this house with like 6 other guys. And I had a job and nobody else had a job. And so like I needed to go to bed at some point in time. And so every night when I wanted to clear everybody out of the house, I would turn on Reptilicus in our projector 5.1 surround sound, and the house would be empty in like 10 minutes. And everybody that I hung out with thought I just really enjoyed this super awful low budget horror film. But really, I just wanted to go to bed.
What's the plot of it?
They find a frozen dinosaur tail, and it regrows itself into a giant knockoff of Godzilla.
Wait a second. I think I've seen this, Corey. Did they cut off his tail?
Yeah.
Okay, and there's like a very long, drawn out, kind of ridiculous fight scene where he's next to like a building.
Yeah, and he
spits
green slime, but they draw it in. Yep.
I've seen this movie, and the sequence is it is amazingly boring.
It's not so bad that it's funny because it's so slow and boring in parts. And then they have this weird like janitor that's trying to do like a Cosmo Kramer like slapstick thing at one point in time.
Those are the best.
There's supposed to be this like love story that we're supposed to care about, but they don't do it well. And a couple facts about that movie that are really awesome. Every screen that showed up on camera in the Monkees TV show always had Reptilicus playing. And the every screen. So anytime there was a TV or whatever,
That's
it was
awesome.
always playing Reptilicus. Also, the entire town of Copenhagen was in this one shot. Like everyone in town, they're like, "Hey, we're gonna shoot this shot." Every person in town stood on this bridge so that they could get this one shot.
Wow.
I love it.
Yeah,
I
it was
love
great. It's, I mean, like, I'm gonna see if I can find the
So it's an older movie then.
1961.
Yeah, it's like from what I recall too, like the color is weird on it. It's just a really it's a B movie, but it's like you know what's funny is like a lot of people are really dig like watching like Ed Wood films because like they're so hokey and kind of B movies, but like it's actually pretty hard to sit through like Plan 9 from Outer Space. I love the corniness of it and stuff, but it is a hard movie to get through.
Oh wow.
That's so great. It makes me happy.
And like, what I don't understand is why is the footage of this like creature so grainy and everything else is so sharp? Like they cut back and forth, and it's amazing.
That's so great.
On YouTube or is just scenes?
Yeah, this is just scenes.
It makes me excited.
I gotta find one where he starts spitting slime. Oh, there it is. There's the slime. It's about to hit everybody. You spit it. It takes about 5 minutes to travel through the air.
I also love the guns that like don't even they're literally like they didn't even put blanks in or anything. So it's just they're literally just shaking.
Yeah, the actors just shake those guns.
That's so crazy.
Okay, there's a scene on the beach though. I gotta find the beach scene.
I do kind of dig the model there though. I feel like Jim, you, me, and Corey need to make a terrible B horror movie with puppets and stuff.
Okay, so here's this beach scene in this movie, and it's like straight up like beach blanket bimbo or bingo type stuff. And then in the background, it's just a rear projection screen. They're shooting this like it's the scale of it is so off.
That's pretty awesome.
Oh man, it's so great. Anyway,
Horror.
I love that movie. It's so awful.
You guys remember a movie called, probably not, but called Dogs or something like that? Where it's when all the dogs went crazy?
No.
I've never been able to find that movie. I gotta find that. Dogs. I just remember little dogs breaking through like a garage trying to kill somebody. All the dogs went crazy.
That sounds pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
I've been on a kick watching the original.
Here's the shot. That was everyone in Copenhagen.
Ha!
Sorry, this shot right there. That's everyone that lives there.
Wait, what? That cut is hilarious. The way they've cut it too, like it looks like they're running toward the beast.
Oh yeah, you have like the editing is awful because you have no idea what's going on, and they obviously shot it. Like they had one day with the military, and they just shot everything they possibly could, and it makes no sense. They're never pointing in the same direction.
Yeah,
you don't know where.
they cross. Yeah, that's so great. So like, I've talked about this when I'm doing thumbnails, like crossing the line, and this is a perfect example of what happens when you cross the line. It's like in your head, like how long has this crowd been running? Like time, when is it passing? Where are they heading to? Oh my gosh, now they're just jumping off the bridge. Okay, I'm kind of in love with this film.
We've got to do like a fan cut of it because it is brutal to watch because the editing is so bad. But there are certain series of scenes that are just entertaining.
Well, I kind of like the puppet though. Like the Reptilicus himself is pretty awesome. It's a pretty cool dude.
There he is.
I kind of feel like there's something great. I've been enjoying, like, I've been watching the Adam West Batman series,
Yeah.
and I'm really in love with. I want Batman, like a more serious Batman, to bring back the Eggman because he's amazing.
You know what?
I've forgotten all about that guy.
I wish there was a. I wish they would come up with a Batman with a regular suit, not armor.
Yeah.
I'm tired of the armor.
You miss the bat nipples, don't you?
Yes. All about the bat nipples.
But yeah, I just was stoked that, like, there's like a Vincent Price character that just makes bad egg puns. And he has like an assistant named like Florentine. And, like, all of his traps for Batman have to do with like you're gonna be turned into an omelet. They have giant egg beaters. It's like, it's the most wonderful series.
There's a Twitter account that I used to follow. I haven't seen them tweet lately, but the whole account is just them screenshotting the Adam West Batman anytime they label something. So there's like labels on everything.
Nice.
It's just I think it's called like Batman labels or something. I don't know.
Did they used to label stuff on the show?
What's that?
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
the
like,
used to label stuff?
yeah, so they have like a lot of the traps and stuff where it's like, it'll be like TNT, and then it'll be like, mouse trap, exit, entrance, and like everything has like a card on it, like a title card. Like the villains were kind of OCD about labeling everything. Yeah, there's quite a few.
Yeah, here it is.
Really much.
So if anybody's interested, the Twitter account is called Bat Labels, and it's just over and over and over again. It's just scenes, where it says like Bat Computer, History of Gotham City, Volume 1 through 4. Henchmen. They're like wearing shirts that say henchmen.
Of course.
2-ton electric magnet. Like it goes just on and on. Anyway, it's great.
It was a fun show, man. It's funny because I really did enjoy like the Dark Knight and stuff, but I do feel like they gotta come up with a different angle for superhero stuff.
You don't want more dark and gritty superhero stuff?
I like the dark and gritty superhero stuff when it's warranted, but I feel like
Everything gritty.
yeah, like there's characters like Superman. I don't know if that should ever be like a dark and gritty thing.
It's just they default to dark and gritty. If they made a Wonder Twins movie, it would be dark and gritty.
You know what I want to see?
Powers
I want to see like a light and funny, kind of quirky Watchmen. That's what I want to see. I want to see like the Silk Spectre.
Well, they did. Have you ever seen that? There's a cartoon they did a commercial for like the Watchmen as a Saturday morning TV show.
Yep, I'd be into that.
Yeah, no, there is one. Yeah, yeah.
That's lovely. That's kind of brilliant too. I have not watched the HBO Watchmen because it just seems wrong.
I watched it and I felt the same way I felt about Marvel's. I just thought it was like, it's cool, but it's kind of just so heavy and dark.
Yeah. I like heavy. It's weird. It's like I like heavy and dark, but you can't. It loses its potency if everything is heavy and dark.
Yeah.
It kind of feels almost similar to like after Pulp Fiction was like a craze, and then everyone tried to be Tarantino for about 5 years.
Yeah.
Like literally every movie that came out was like,
yeah, the 90s.
Yeah. Which is funny because I was just mentioning Grosse Point Blank, which arguably could be one of those movies, but I liked that one.
Yeah. Pulp Fiction's still my favorite movie. But you
That's
know
a
what?
great movie.
All of his other films are my favorite movie. And I think they all have great moments, but none of them, I don't know, there's just something about that particular film.
I think it's just there's just so much cool stuff in it. And visually, it's just like a stunning movie. Like
I always say this, the most underrated factor about Pulp Fiction is the lighting. The lighting is fantastic in it.
My favorite scene in Pulp Fiction, even when I first saw it, was just this weird artsy scene where he's in a taxi cab and they just play black and white street stock footage behind it. And it's so just stylized, and he just literally did it because it was cool.
Yeah.
And I mean, it just looked great. It didn't even really necessarily have a purpose for the story. It just looked like amazing. And I love that about that film, that there's stuff like that all throughout it, where it's like, he didn't even need a reason for it. He just kind of did it, you know?
So let me ask you, my countdown will be 10 minutes from now, 2:30 a.m.
That sounds good.
That'll be my bed. But I wanted to talk to you guys about the IRS.
Are they going to audit your work, you think?
Tell me more about this indie review show.
Corey, you wanna hit the pitch on that?
Well, he knows the pitch. What do you want to know? You've seen
what's
the talking about it at length.
The layout gonna look like?
Like structurally or visually?
Structurally.
We're gonna cover characters and plot.
But I mean, like, okay, let's say it's a film. Are you gonna show clips from the film? Are you gonna show stills? Like, have you?
I was talking. Well, you and I were talking earlier. I think it's going to mutate into whatever it needs to be.
Yeah. I think we're starting with books, which is a little easier to know how to navigate, because we'll probably have overhead. Like, Corey, you have a camera too, right? That you can overhead with.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I'm trying to decide. To be honest, Josh, I was like, is it going to be easier to pre-record my initial pitch and just play it so that I can go in and just like put images up really fast while I'm talking about it, or do it off the cuff?
What do you mean by initial pitch?
Like at the beginning where I'm like, here's the basic rundown of this thing.
I think you do it live, because if you set that up, that's going to be really hard to sustain.
I know, but also I'm just trying to think of like, so my other option is I'm considering going and buying those little tab Post-it note things that you can put in books, because I think the worst thing in the world is watching me be like, oh yeah, there's this one panel. Hold on, let me find it for like 10 minutes. No, it's not here. Hold on, wait just a minute. Yeah,
it's a good idea I'm probably going to put like some kind of notation, or just like maybe just, one of these or something on like pages that I want to highlight.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to are you going to consciously do deep cuts rather than, okay, and here's the Dark Knight. Let's do, like, everyone does that, or everyone does, certain books.
Yeah, I think just by the nature of who we are, we'd kind of just naturally rebel against popularity.
I mean, the first book, I'm just going alphabetically through my books, through my comics. So the first book's going to be Graham Annabelle's Further Grickle, which like hardly anyone owns, and they should, because it's
the G is the first. We don't have any A or B books.
It's alphabetized by author, dude. My dude.
Oh, my author.
Anyhow, but I do have like bigger books that I'm going to alternate in there too. So that's why the Winsor McKay's in there. But it's like there's a story in this that literally like impacts the way I do comics, and it's like.
Do you have the Bible? Is it filed under G?
What?
The Bible, is it filed under G? He's torn it into sections.
Yeah, that's true. I gotta have like some for Mark, some for Luke, like a couple for unknown. Like there's a bunch of different sections. I just alphabetized by author with my books for some reason.
So you guys are you gonna consciously keep it as books for a while, or
I'm gonna do whatever I feel like doing that
I
week.
want to see Reptilion or whatever that is on there.
I kind of wouldn't mind. Occasionally, we could maybe do a deep dive into a B movie. Maybe for those, Corey, we just walk through the movie. If it's a really bad film, that might be the way to do it.
Yeah, what are the YouTube laws on that? Because there's so many reaction shows.
Yeah.
They play clips.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's commentary, and so it puts you into the realm of fair use.
Yeah.
But you have to balance commentary against like substantiated portion, so you can't use the whole thing.
No.
But yeah, you can. Yeah, so there's some of that. I don't know, but I don't have the time, inclination, or ability to alphabetize my books. So I'm just going to randomly choose stuff that I want to talk about.
Yeah, and I might change it up too. I'm just saying, like, that's the way I'm quickly organizing it. But I think that'll also help me avoid being like, starting off with all the heavy hitters where I'll be like, today we're going to talk about Blankets by Craig Thompson, the one indie book like everyone's read.
Where I full on expect to run out of material really quickly because I'm just going to choose my favorites from the start.
And I do disagree. I do think you have the ability to alphabetize, Corey.
No.
The nerd did it because I had to get a new bookshelf because we had like overfilled. And so I was setting up the new bookshelf. We had to move all the books anyway. So I was like, yes, finally. Yeah. Because my wife is more just like, she just kind of puts things on the shelf and then can't find them for like 10 years. Where was that book? And she's like searching through all of them. So I'm like, I like alphabetized.
What do you do? Okay, and then here's another question. This has nothing to do with IRS. You had the mini comics guys on the other day.
Mm-hmm.
It got me thinking, what do you do with all of the comics that you acquire?
You're talking like floppies, like
like if you buy comics from an indie artist or something like that. Like I know graphic novels, you put them on the shelf, but like you must have tons and tons of like floppies or one-offs or brand new comic books.
Yeah, there's a lot of long box. Like I have a couple long boxes.
They stack up in piles. They just float around my office. I don't have any organization for them. I've got part of my shelf that isn't like standing upright. It's just a big giant like 2.5 foot tall stack.
Do you ever go through them? Like once in a while, thumb through them?
Yeah.
That's good. I try to do that with my books on my shelf so that they have a reason to exist there.
Yeah. I don't thumb through floppies as often, and it's one of the reasons I've started kind of being more a fan of like personally making graphic novels, because it's just, you have to keep your floppy and like, it's like got its, you got the case, you got to open this case, then it's like, you like have to open your long box, which is really annoying to store. It's just, I don't know.
Or you do like me, you just pile them like in a corner so you don't care about if they get damaged.
Well, similarly, because Corey and I are working on a thing for Scott, but it's like I'm in the same boat where I have piles, but I actually had to I need to order more long boxes because I had that exact problem though, where every convention I do trades and stuff. So you end up with all these cool like mini comics and stuff of all these different sizes. And it's like, I don't know what to do with them. Like I like to look at them, but
I mean, if they're bagged and boarded, they'll go on a shelf. Okay.
Yeah. But like minis like are all over the place and usually aren't, so it's like,
oh yeah. I don't have any minis. I think I've got one from Marsh and that's it.
I got
like a big box full in the garage from convention.
Yeah. I have a box from IKEA, like this cardboard box, and I have all of my friends. Every time they've given me a comic book, a personal friend, I put it there, and then I have a bunch of John Byrne comics. I have one long box. All of my comics fit in one long box, and then I probably have a few stragglers. That's it. But I don't have that many comic books really.
Yeah.
I just have like I was a giant John Byrne fan, so.
Talking about.
That's awesome, dude. I find that like that's one of the reasons I initially thought it would be cool to do this was like I was rearranging my bookshelf and I was like, I have a whole shelf of graphic novels. I was like, I mean, like a whole bookshelf, like, and it's not, and like hardly any of them are ones like most people would own. And so I was like, that's kind of cool because like people don't really talk about a lot of these books, you know?
Well, as your number one fan, what I really do hope to get from your show is things I've never heard of and be like, oh, I'd be interested in checking that out.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and then the cool thing is we're also going to hit it from an angle of how we were influenced by it too. So it's not going to be impersonal reviews. It's going to be much more like artistically, like what do we use from their work in our work, like, you know, or what did this inspire in us or something, you know?
And then last question, Corey, you actually started to touch on it at the beginning. Visually, what's the show going to look like? The layout.
So we're going to use StreamYard, but we're going to do OBS. So we're going to be in black and white. And everything is going to be kind of run through like the combination of like a 1930s to 1960s government agency that's like part IRS, part spy thing.
When you have the artwork that you're showing on the film, if it's in color, are you going to have that in color?
Yeah,
that'll be cool. So you guys will be in black and white, but the focus thing will be in color.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll have like this. Where's the? Oh, did I not bring it up? I did a whole animation. I don't know where it is. Is it here?
I'm very excited about it. I think it's going to be fun and sort of piece together as we go too. So
I like
cool. We're also gonna kind of, for people who like listen to the show, there'll be agents, like IRS agents, and then our website is irsagency.com. So if you go to irsagency.com, you're gonna get to our show,
Nice.
which I thought was kind of cool that was available.
Yeah, I forgot I was going to check that out.
Yeah, I want to subscribe. I want to be one of your first subscribers.
It should
IRS
be fun.
agency still isn't redirecting for me, Josh.
But we'll also have to have you on too, like Jim, like, because we're gonna have guests on there too to like talk about work that inspired them. So like you could literally be like you were mentioning John Byrne. It's like you could bring in a John Byrne book and be like, this is the thing about John Byrne that I'm obsessed with. You know?
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
So it'll be kind of cool in that sense too, where we can have rotating like people come on.
I could do John Byrne, and then I could do David Byrne, and then I could do Rose Byrne,
George Burns.
George Burns.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man!
And then you just have to feel the burn after that, and just wear some mittens when you talk about that. You know.
Yeah. But and then it launches Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
What time?
What time? 9?
Yeah, 9 p.m. California, 10 p.m. Mountain.
All right.
Yeah, it should be good.
I can't wait to see your Infinity Pool episode. It's going to be so good. So good. Or
that may happen.
Or heartbreaking. I don't know.
That's another thing about this show that I think is going to be different than a lot of review shows. I don't think we're going to bother with stuff we don't like.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Yeah.
Unless
I think the only time it's justified with bad reviews would be if we get like a giant forum and there's something that's just getting ridiculous amounts of credit that sucks. But in general, I think like I remember reading this a long time ago, but it's like if you're going to be a decent reviewer, you should be going out of your way to try to like hype up stuff you love.
Yeah.
As opposed to just like tearing crap down, because there's enough negative stuff, and it's easier to do a negative review.
Yeah, everywhere. It's anywhere you throw a stick at on the internet is negative.
Yeah. So I think it'll be cool in that sense. Like to me, I think I would find it interesting to hear like Jim, like you analyze a cartoon and be like, this is something like this frame, like when I'm doing like this kind of staging, like I'm thinking of this frame by this director or this animator, you know, or like the way they moved hands or like the comedy in this or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's way more interesting to hear from like the standpoint of like somebody who's going to borrow things from it to use for their own work, you know, I think.
I like that. I like it.
Yeah.
Jim,
yes.
if I was sitting by myself, not on camera right now, I would be cursing your name. You drew these assets so freaking small, just on this one file.
Nice assets, Jim.
I'll show you.
Sorry, it's just anytime somebody says assets, the junior high kid comes out.
Oh,
these are like tiny. Like I had to blow this up 300% just to get it to this size. Anyway,
I don't recall. You don't have proof that I did that.
That's true. It was probably the other person that I'm collaborating with on this.
I'm sure. I would never do that. Come on.
Sorry, I interrupted. That was such a good conversation.
I think it was a lovely conversation.
I know.
It was lovely.
Well, now I'm going to have nightmares of Corey, just a giant Corey head yelling at me, like the head in Time Bandits coming down the hallway. It's going to be Corey yelling at me.
Okay, here's what everybody needs to understand. I have a habit of yelling at the person who did stuff, and that includes if that person is me. Like I remember very vividly when I used to do a lot of video, I would have shot all of the footage, and I'm still sitting there in the editing room going, "You freaking idiot! Just hold that shot for another 2 seconds. I don't have anything to cut with. What are you doing?" And everybody's like, "Whoa, you're pissed at that dude. What if he hears you?" I'm like, "Oh, that dude's me. Like I shot this."
Just for the record, Corey's never yelled at me. However, he yells at himself constantly while we're having conversations.
It's true.
It
is true.
So, all right, I am going to go to bed. It's 2:35, and I lied and I exaggerated, and I went 5 minutes over what I said I was going to do. So,
thanks for hanging in there, Jim, and that was a fun conversation.
Yeah, I'm genuinely I am excited to check out your new show, and I would be honored to be on it at some point. And send me the link when if you need me to subscribe ahead of time. I would like to do that.
Cool. Thanks.
It is up now. Have I done what I need to do? If you go to irsagency.com, that redirects to the page that it needs to go to. If I can just pull this up for 2 seconds.
Doing it as an outsider. Let's see. It's thinking the indie review show.
Crap.
All right.
And we're eventually gonna like make, you know, like patches and stuff like that, like membership kind of stuff where it's like you're an IRS agent.
But none of the links are on, right? Like I can't watch on YouTube.
I thought I had done that. I hadn't yet. Let me pull up the YouTube. I'll give you a link.
It's just it takes me to a page. There's a video clip. It's a loop of Corey doing pull-ups. Why?
That's what I do to get people to subscribe to shows. Oh my gosh, come on, subscriptions. Where is it?
Do you have any subscribers yet?
Yeah.
Oh, dang it. I thought I was going to be the first one.
No, you're not that cool.
I don't even know if I've subscribed to it yet, so I need that link too, Corey.
Well, it has subscribed to you. Oh, rude.
That sounded very threatening, like Hal from 2001.
Yeah. What are you doing, Ted?
Why didn't you?
I don't know. It's too late. I'm too tired. I can't remember what the link is.
I subscribed to you, Joshua. Why didn't you subscribe to me?
Hold on. Let's say indie review show. Does that do it? No.
You know what? What kind of half-rate show is this? I want a full-rate show.
It's exactly that. It is a half-rate show.
This is worse than the Ramones Ballroom Blitz cover.
Oh my gosh. When the Ramones did Ballroom Blitz,
I'm traumatized.
I kind of want to hear a Ramones Ballroom Blitz.
They may well have done a cover. Don't completely
I don't
doubt
think they
that.
did.
I'm not 100% positive that they don't do a cover of it.
I don't think they did. I think I just invented that in my mind. It's kind of like,
Sinbad.
what is that song?
It's true.
I think it's Highway to the Danger Zone.
Kenny Loggins.
Right. And there's like, no. It's baby, we belong to a world that must be strong. I was fully convinced as a child, and I had arguments with my cousin, that the next line was, and that's what dreams are, tomato. And I was certain that it was tomato. And my cousin was certain that it was potato. And I was like, that is so stupid. Why would it be potato?
No, it goes.
Same thing about tomato.
Goes, that's what dreams Bernie Madoff.
Yeah,
Madoff.
Of course it was, 1987 or something. So I don't know if Bernie Madoff was around then. I don't know.
All right. Well, Jim, thank you for joining us on the show. And if you guys have been enjoying this, you should go check out the Breaking the Chains show on
Josh,
Corey's
did you
channel.
know that when you walked away, Corey played the title credits?
Yes, I saw that. It was awesome. It's kind of perfect for hijacking the channel. It's the way to do it.
We technically outvote you on this show, and we decided we're going to rename this show.
I love it.
We're going to go Breaking the Kemble.
You know what? That might be the title. I'm gonna use that.
Okay. All right, you guys have a good night. It was good seeing you. Thank you, Corey. Corey, I'll see you on Tuesday night for another episode of Breaking the Chains. We're getting to the end.
Oh, and Jim, where can everybody get cool merch, mugs, pillows?
They go to Society 6.
I love it.
Go to Society 6 / Jim Lujan, and you all should be my patrons because it's just how it works. I have a Patreon.
I love it.
All right. Good night, you fellows. I will see you soon. Good luck with the book. Good luck with the animating, and good seeing you guys.
Yeah, it's good seeing you, dude.
Yeah.
Always a fun conversation with Jim. I was thinking of a story when I used to think that Dissident by Pearl Jam said Dizzy Dance.
Oh, man. And there's like, everybody thinks that it used to be, excuse me while I kiss this guy. I fully heard that too.
That one I never heard before, but that's pretty hilarious.
Oh, you haven't heard that one?
Well, I hadn't misheard it that way, and I'm
Oh,
like,
you hadn't misheard it.
not hear that. That's hilarious.
Yeah. We must have just had bad sound.
Yeah, I think that's pretty awesome.
Excuse me while I kiss this guy.
Oh man, you can't unhear that. There's a couple phrases like that I some of which I can't say on air, but there's a couple commonly used phrases that once you mishear them, you like if you sit through a board meeting, you're gonna be chuckling a lot.
Okay. You'll have to tell me off air.
Yeah, I'll have to tell you off air.
Ah, crap. Josh, I don't know. I might just have Jim redraw these, but it's so pixelated.
It's funny. I do that talk stuff as well, where I'll just kind of like whenever I'm building assets, I'll either be high-fiving my past self or like going like, what the hell were you thinking, man, when you're, or I'll just be like, oh, that's a great idea. Do that wrong. That kind of thing. That sort of talk when you're, it is fascinating, like how we as creatives kind of navigate that sort of thing.
Oh yeah. I insult myself like Ron Burgundy style.
Nice.
Dirty pirate hooker. Oh man. Anyway. it's just not going to work. I'm going to make it work because, and yeah, all right, we'll just do it. You know what? We're just going to do it. And
But I kind of feel like with the show, it's just going to be, I would definitely like the pre-recorded thing. If we can pre-record stingers or anything like that, like that's not a bad idea. But pre-recording the actual review, I think would, I don't know. I think you're potentially walking into a danger zone there.
I know. I'm trying to think of like the best.
Get the list.
So it's not super rambly.
Yes, we need to make that list. Like have that list, that 6-point thing we worked out.
Right, but that doesn't tell me what I'm going to say. That just tells me the categories that I've got to fill. So I've still got to fill it. And if I'm going to fill it, I'm going to be talking about specific pages.
Yeah.
And if I'm talking about specific pages, it's probably easier to have those pages scanned in or earmarked or something.
Yeah. Definitely have your pages prepped, like, earmarking or scanned. Like for me,
at that point in time, I'm like half a step away from a pre-recorded video anyway. If you do that amount of prep.
Yeah, but I think the thing I'd prep, like for me, this is the one thing I'll have written. I'll probably pre-write, like just write down the plot so I can kind of more coherently break down the plot, because if I don't write out a plot, I have trouble sort of describing it fully.
Yeah.
So I will probably have like a little note on like what the overall plot was and the character names.
I'm going to be honest, I'm a little concerned about how much time this is going to take, because neither of us are going to do it poorly. That's the problem.
Yeah.
We're not the type of people to phone it in, and I'm a little worried about that. Well,
and I do think we have to kind of remember to keep it casual, in the sense of like, don't pre-record, just read the book, like figure out the plot and then the characters, and then kind of riff from there. And like, as you're reading the book, like, point to certain panels. Like on the Grickle one, for instance, I'm going to have to reread that probably starting Monday.
How long is it?
It's, it's a graphic novel, so it's not going to be a long read, but
okay.
I want to reread it. There's a particular story in it that I want to highlight, that where the pacing and the timing is really pretty impressive. And then I have to kind of get the gist of the rest of it. Am I doing that? He's not lighting his cigarette. He already did in the last panel. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to navigate that and balance it so that it doesn't go, like a million years.
Yep.
But I do think the nice thing is, we're going to be talking about books. And like, for instance, I will not have read the one you recommended.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be new to me, which I think will keep it interesting as you're talking about it,
Right.
Not that it won't be interesting anyway, but it's like, I think when you're explaining to somebody who hasn't read it, like you do have the advantage of like, I might ask some questions about it that, as you're going through it, like if a plot point doesn't really make sense to me, I'll be like, wait, what? Like, so I think we'll be able to navigate through it. I don't know. Have you spent a long time on it thus far, on like the book part, or
not on the book part?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, my plan for that was I'm going to read it Sunday afternoon and take some notes.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
But I've spent a ton of time on everything else. Hopefully I've spent a ton of time on everything else so that I don't have to spend a ton of time anymore. Yep. That's the goal. Okay, so this is going to be invisible until.
Yeah, and we'll have to roll with it, and it's a new venture, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's it. That's what Jim was saying. He's like, "How do you guys have time to do this?" And I was like,
We don't.
we don't. It's going to mutate.
Yeah.
It's going to change. It's going to be like, it'll become what it becomes at some point. Let's see. So that's going to be no. That's when that one comes on, and this one turns.
But I will tell you, having that structure written down, we need to have that structure in front of us when we're doing it. So we remember that, not just the structure for the review, but the structure for the show, right?
Right.
Because if we remember, hey, there's a 6-point thing we have to hit, we can help each other navigate through it too, and kind of stay tight on the time, so it doesn't go 10 years.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be important too. That'll also be great if we have guests, because we can give them the structure before the show, so they know what to expect. They'll be like, oh, okay, we're getting into this sequence, that kind of thing. So
right. And I think
formulaic is going to help a bit.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I think if we make the timer portion of it fun, then I think we can cut each other off and stuff, and cut guests off. You know what I mean? Gamify it a little bit or whatever. So that's the part of the show I haven't quite figured out. But I wonder if we just buzz each other, or I have this. Oops. I have this, which is a little timer that I use to do whatever. And I use this on my students. I'm like, all right, you have 2 minutes, and I'll put this up. I'll mount it to my microphone so it's just in the shot. It actually works really well. So something like that I think would be helpful, especially people that aren't used to the format. We can be all right, you've got 5 minutes for this section, and you just have a countdown or something.
Yeah.
Hey, Ronnie's here.
Ronnie, what's up, dude? Oh, my goodness. Sometimes I'll be in StreamYard for a second to see what somebody was saying in the chats, and then I'll hit an action for my Photoshop that almost closes StreamYard because I'm in StreamYard now.
That's exactly what happened when I accidentally left. Was I was trying to pull up my rulers, so I pressed Control R and it refreshed StreamYard.
Dude, I love it. I mean, I don't love it, but I love that we've made the same mistake. That's pretty awesome. How's it going, Ronnie? Is it well, it can't be work. Do you get Saturdays off? I'd hope you're not having to head to work today. Because Ronnie has a habit of hopping on the show before he heads to work, which I think is really cool. But it's a Saturday, so I hope you don't have to work. If you do, I hope you have a good day.
I don't know what he does for a living off the top of my head.
Yeah, off the top, I don't either.
I feel like I knew it at some point, though. It's just not coming to mind.
Okay, so I am totally going to need to take that little 10-second break real quick.
Yeah, I bought a new foam roller, and every time you take a break, I've been rolling out my back, and I got to tell you, I've had probably for several years just pretty consistent, sharp, awful pain in this knot in my back.
Mm-hmm.
And this $15 foam roller has solved that problem.
Dude, that's awesome.
I just do it two or three times a day. It's amazing. I make really funny noises while I'm doing it too, because it is not comfortable.
I'm pretty stoked because my wife gets back pain, and she's starting to freelance more, so it's going to cause more back pain because you're sitting at a desk, just repetitive motion. And she started doing the rowing. And, she's 3 days in, and I'm like, daily, and I'm like, that's good because for me the literal only reason I don't get massive back pain all the time is that, because prior to rowing, I was like, especially like under the shoulder blade, like that crappy one.
Oh yeah.
I would almost, I mean, it was just brutal. There was no way to get it. And I don't even nearly have some of the issues you've had with your back. So like, I can only imagine how distracting that could be. Yay. Good. Okay. So Ronnie does not work Saturdays, which is great.
Health
But
screener. Okay,
health
cool.
screener. Nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it is hard to keep that same schedule consistent. I think because I have a lack of normal schedule and I work crazy hours, I need to get a flow of a schedule again, but I can't quite figure out what that is. Okay, let's see here.
All right, I'm gonna set this to render and then go roll out my back.
Nice. I'll be
back.
briefly out and I will be back. And, you know, Ronnie, don't worry. I'll be back shortly. So, just real quick.
File export.
It is funny getting to that point where you definitely need breaks with art. Okay.
We'll call this arm grab. Save. Render. All right, I'm out.
All right. So whilst this is going, how's it going, Ronnie? We've talked so far. We had Jim Lujan stop by for a little bit and hang out. I am slowly working my way through this page. The one thing I always try to do with thumbnails, so I don't forget to do it in the final, is to offset it. So like this panel's fairly boring because everything's perfectly horizontal on it. Like everything's at like a 45-degree angle. And so one of the things I've been digging about digitally doing these is like it's pretty easy to kind of shift it. So I like basically like the line you're standing on is skewed a little bit, the horizon, just to give it a little more tension. This would really come into play with horror comics where it's like just by skewing that angle a little bit, it makes a much more interesting shot, you know, rather than just having it like, you know, you're standing on a straight plane and everything's like sort of symmetrical. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's a little trick I like to use. But anyhow, so I'm probably going to do that to a couple of these. I think I'm going to keep that one in the center not skewed. But that's like a little trick I like to use, and I actually don't see used as often in comics as I think it could be, because one of the neat things about that too is like if you use tricks like that, it's like you can make art that's not perfect art like look like 20 times better than perfect art. Like look at that. Like if I just skew that angle, it's a way more interesting shot than like just straight on. And this is just a thumbnail, but like for me, I think that makes it visually like much more compelling, kind of creates a little more tension and drama. And that is a trick I did not learn from comics, although I do know they do talk about like dynamic angles and stuff and like drawing the Marvel way. But I picked that up during just doing illustration, where even a boring editorial illustration can be punched up a lot just by having like the angle a little askew. This one I'm going to keep, but I think that makes those panels a little more compelling. So, okay. And this, he's lighting a cigarette, so I'm going to have it say flick. Okay. So kind of working this out. And I think this will be horror doesn't have boundaries like some others. Yeah, I totally agree. I think some of the great things about horror, like even as like a film thing, you know, it's like you think about like most modern film is like really super influenced by Hitchcock, and it's mainly because Hitchcock was trying these different things to like build suspense and movement and try like changing perspectives, you know, like sometimes like building a full set of an apartment wall so that he could do these crane shots. I mean, like just crazy stuff nobody had done in service to like suspense and horror that have influenced like slice of life stuff and stories that aren't horror stories, you know. So I totally agree. I think sometimes when you're approaching something a little more fantastical, it gives you freedom to do things that but anyhow, I'd like to see that more in slice of life, Corey, where people aren't standing straight. Like I just was talking about my little trick of taking a like 45-degree angle and then skewing it a little bit so it's like creates a little more movement as opposed to like having it just everything on this like perfect axis. Because our temptation as artists and as I mean, I think the default we usually, at least for me, I usually go to the default of everything's on that like perfect axis. But sometimes you just tip that camera or whatever, it really can create some dynamic action.
I have to do the opposite. It's like I do that almost too much sometimes, and I have to kind of like be like, wait, do I have a reason to do that? Like, because sometimes the blank, boring shot is less distracting and tells the story better and helps you focus in on the thing.
What's funny is I literally just talked about that. So here's one where I felt like it needed skewing. Here's one where I was like, nope, that needs to stay.
Yeah.
Right? So it's kind of it's kind of a mix. I think like half the fun of creating though at the rough stage is like trying to figure out compelling ways to make the emotion of the scene come across. Okay, so I was going to talk about creativity, persistence. Persistence was one of the things I was going to talk about. And I'm trying to think because it's like 3 a.m. What was I going to talk about persistence with?
Is it this one that I had? Oh man. All right. So this is.
Well, you're at the rendering stage though. So are you guys done?
No, I'm rendering as I go. So what we eventually did is he made an animatic.
Yeah, I remember that. I saw that last one.
So what I'm doing is I'm going through each shot by shot and trying to make sure that I have everything. And I have a bunch of other stuff, but I have every shot up to 1.5 minutes of like 4.5 minutes. After that, it's a little bit more sporadic, but I still have quite a few of those. I just have some pickup stuff I need to do.
Okay.
And then if I ever get to it, I will go back and add chains to the main character wherever I've forgotten that.
6 a.m. here. Well, it's 3 a.m. where I'm at, and I do have an interview that I have to do with a paper at 10. So I need to wrap this page by 4.
It's 4 a.m. where I am. And
it is interesting, Corey. You're a bit of a strange night owl as well, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah.
I try not to be, but I always, and like, I just find that and I'm wondering if it's maybe similar. But for me, it's like mostly like when I was younger, being a night owl was like, I liked being up late at night, but, and that's when creativity would flow and stuff. As I've gotten older, it's like, it's literally just the only window because of my kid.
You know, when I first started doing my comic, when I first started learning how to draw, and I first started doing that web comic, I would get up at I'd get up at 4:45 in the morning, and I'd work for like 90 minutes, and then get ready for work and head out. And what started to happen is Scarlett, who at the time was like 2 or 3, she would get up. She would like hear me, no matter how quiet I was being. She'd like hear me and get up. So like 5:15, like here comes my 2-year-old to like climb all over me, and I'm like, and I started to realize that I needed to switch things up because I was annoyed that she was there, and I'm like, oh, that's not how I want this to go. Like, I don't want to be the parent that's like, you're infringing on my time, you know?
Totally.
And so anyway, so I switched it up. I slept in, and then I started staying up, because once she went to bed, she would stay in bed, but she gets up when she gets up. So I did do the early morning thing for a little bit.
Yeah.
But you know what I found is, even while I was doing that, I did that for about 3 months. I would still come home, and I would still work on it at night anyway.
Yeah.
It was just that, you know, like my wife was like, why are you getting up early when you're just going to put 3 hours in the evening anyway, in addition to getting up early? And I'm like, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's, yeah, I definitely have that. Like the one thing I don't function well in the morning. I never have. At my workplace, I can function well, and I honestly think it's one of the scenarios where like I'm really lucky to have a commute in that sense.
what time do you have to actually be at work?
For me,
Yeah.
8:30.
So what happens? I've wondered this with you. What happens when there's traffic?
I can be a little later. I mean, the nice thing is I'm salary, so it's like it's not like legally I don't have to be there. Like
Right.
It's not like a job where I punch in, you know.
Right.
But there's a generally expected time, you know. But that is one nice thing about kind of like there's negatives of salary, which is if you do OT, you don't really get paid for overtime. But the nice thing is like there's a lot of flexibility in the sense of like as long as the work gets done, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that can be tough, you know, with traffic. But yeah, generally like 8:30.
That's cool. Yeah, I've got 3 days a week I need to be work at 7:45, and then 2 days of work 2 days a week I need to be there before 10 a.m.
Any night classes or?
No, I try to get done by 5.
Oh, nice.
But there are definitely times where, you know, I'm doing it a little bit past that. But also, I get leave to work on side projects because it keeps me relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to think of what the hours are. Anyway, for a few hours of my evening time, I'm technically working still for the university, because
That's awesome.
like I'm teaching social media classes. So like what we're doing right now,
Mm-hmm.
this counts because I'm live streaming. And so like I'm getting familiar with the equipment. Like
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the reasons that I have so much equipment is that they want me to stay current on equipment and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean that's smart, you know.
Yeah.
I think one of the worst things a university could do is disincentivize teachers from staying relevant, like within their fields.
Yeah.
And there's this art critic that I really like named Dave Hickey. He I don't know if he's still writing. Like, I used to follow his stuff a lot. He wrote this really influential book in the kind of fine art world called Air Guitar.
Mhm.
And it's like the weirdest art criticism, where he also writes for Rolling Stone. So it's like that style of writing, but for like art, which is awesome.
That's cool.
But anyhow, he also writes a lot of critiques of the college system, and like that's one of them is that, like, if he writes a book that's successful, he's like almost penalized for it by his institution. Like, I think he taught at, I think he might be retired now, but he taught at the time he wrote the book. He was teaching at I think it was Las Vegas, the university in Las Vegas.
Mhm.
But yeah, he was talking about the frustration, because it's like, if you are actually like successful in your field and you're like, like writing like actual criticism and traveling and touring your book and stuff like that, like, then you miss out on all the committees. And so then, like, you miss out on chairships and decision making, and you're kind of like penalized from the school because you're not like participating in all the political stuff.
Right.
But then if you are participating in the political stuff, then you're like not publishing, so you're perishing. So it's like this weird catch-22 where they want you to be successful in your field. And anyhow, so he talked about that. But what's neat to see, that was years ago that I read that, and what's neat to hear is that universities have I think improved in that a lot, where they're doing things like a lot more sabbaticals, a lot more incentivizing people to actually be working on their stuff daily. And I know they always have, but I do feel like in the last like 10 years, I have seen like an improvement in that,
Yeah. It's pretty important. I think it's pretty important, especially in the applied area.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's super important for, I'm trying to think of a field where it wouldn't be important. History, I guess. I don't know. I mean, you should be doing research and stuff like that at that point, but like any industry applicable skill, like you should at least try to stay relevant.
Yeah. And strangely enough, I feel like history and sciences should be pretty similar too, where it's like sciences should be doing science, and
Right.
History, I actually think like, yeah, like you need to be staying current with reading history. And
So there's a,
Yeah.
with history and science and stuff, it's interesting. There's a bit of an academic divide on things that are considered like academic, and things that are considered like industry application.
Yeah, I could see that.
And so like research, there's a lot of value to like, doing like student led, or not student led, but like mentored student research and stuff like that. Getting published in like peer reviewed journals and things. And then I'm over here and I'm like, hey, I made this cartoon about this bug that gets shot by this other bug. It's like, and it is equally, if not more so, relevant to what I'm teaching, as as the stuff that everybody's doing that sounds really impressive.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just funny because
that makes perfect sense, because it's like peer review is like the basis for science, so it's like, if you're doing science, like you need to be doing that, but like if you're teaching like communications and you're writing for some peer-reviewed journal, you're not really staying current to what you need to be teaching these kids, so it makes a lot of sense, because it's like what you're applying and learning, and currently active in, like, that's going to be what the juice you can give to your kids, like,
right.
yeah, I agree. That's got to be an interesting thing to navigate.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. And I mean, when you look at like communication, I mean, we have visual communication, video, public relations, journalism, strategic organizational and advocacy. I feel like I'm missing one. Anyway, it's late, so nobody can blame me if I am missing one. But drastically different fields that all use very similar principles.
Yeah.
But I mean, some of those are even like at odds with each other. You know, like the PR students and the journalism students, they're on different sides of that balance in the industry. Anyway, and yet, you know, there's a lot of the very similar principles, and most PR people should be journalists before they're PR people, in my opinion, anyway. But it's fascinating because we have people that are like me, where I'm like, I had to get a degree to keep my job.
Mm-hmm.
And we have other people that like, you know, are like nationally recognized, you know, PhD academics.
Yeah.
And we're all in the same department.
Yep.
And in the same meeting, what I love about my department, in the same meeting, you know, I will have like as equal a say as, you know, people who have way more advanced degrees than I do, you know, or whatever. So
well,
I mean,
as you should. I mean, like, you know, anybody with an advanced degree.
You should, but in a lot of universities and even in departments at my school,
Yeah.
There's a hierarchy, a pecking order based on the acronyms after your name, the letters after your name, you know, and there's a debate. I've been in meetings not in my department where, you know, I mean, people will say, with people with master's degrees in the room, like, I don't even know why we would hire, you know, people with master's degrees, you know, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, let me tell you why you hired me, since you're talking about me as if I'm not here. Anyway, but my department's awesome. We have academics and practical all together, and we play nice, and it's actually really cool.
One of the things that bugs me when people, okay, this isn't a new topic, but related. When people say they don't want to talk politics, right? What baffles me about that kind of statement is it seems like a statement of privilege, because everything done, everything said is political inherently. Like every activity as a human being, like you go to the store and you buy shoes, it's political. Like it's, you know, and most workplaces, like even if it's positive politics, it's like there is a political nature to everything, because it's generally like an interaction. You know, it's like politics usually have to do with power dynamics are everywhere, you know, and not always in negative connotations, you know.
Yeah.
And so like that's one of the things that I think bums me out when people say like I don't want to be political, because even saying I don't want to be political is political. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes even a non-stand is a stand, you know? I don't know if that makes sense. It's just a thought. I don't know why that came up. I think it's because I was once a naive new teacher, and I was really surprised to see that there was politics in schools and in decision making, and not all of it negative, like a lot of it necessary. And there's like a little government. It's like a mini government within a you know, an academic system and stuff. And there's a lot of little things like keeping the wheels running on this crazy machine, and even some arguments, but like some of the arguments are completely necessary because you have people and you have limited resources, and everybody's vying for more resources because they care about their departments. So it's like, you just have like that, like innately in everything. So I guess I'm more commenting to myself in the past, like, because I remember being like, this would be just such a fun thing if there weren't politics in it, you know. When I was in my first year of teaching, But the more I've thought about it, it's like there's kind of politics in everything. There's politics in management. There's politics in, I mean, and it doesn't have to be dirty politics, is my point. But
Right.
I don't know if that makes sense. And I don't even know where that was going.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. Yeah, the interesting thing for me is like, shoot. Okay, that's fine. The interesting thing for me is you have in business, and not just in education, but like any group of people where there's some level of competition with each other, like a workplace where you're being judged on your value to the company and how that works and everything. Like every conversation is loaded. Like that's why I like stuff like this where you're talking to like friends, because I don't feel like this conversation is loaded. I don't feel like you're trying to get something from me.
Yeah, like it's almost like misused by a lot of people, but it's good to be in scenarios where you can have a good faith conversation. And often I think it is kind of unfortunate that that's rare to be able to have like a fully good faith conversation, where you can know that like there's no like malicious actor, or like not malicious, but I'm trying to think of a good word for it. Like you can just know somebody's saying what they mean.
With alternative motives.
Yeah.
And I even think in friendships, a lot of relationships are not genuine.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I've seen years ago, my wife have some friends, and I was just sort of, this isn't a friendship. You're being manipulated.
Yeah.
Or whatever. So yeah, it's just nice. It's nice, like, I don't know. I think I'm thinking about this because I know I'm going to have a conversation tomorrow where somebody's going to try to get me to do work that I don't want to do for very little money. And I'm like prejudging the situation. It's an ad agency, so maybe they're going to show up with some cash. And they're in Vegas, so it's like it's not, like some like small town. But I for whatever reason, I just kind of get the impression. Also, I kind of, and this is probably imposter syndrome, but I'm also like, you're in Vegas. Why would you? Why would you reach out to me for animation?
Yeah.
Like, why don't you already know people that do that in this giant city with millions and millions and millions of people that are in the entertainment?
That sounds pretty impostery, though. Like, like for instance, the interview I have tomorrow, right? That's not actually from a press release. Like that's just organic. Like they just contacted me and it's a small paper, right?
Yeah.
But my instant thought was like, well, they must have, I had to work all these reasons as to what would have led them to kind of contact me. And sometimes it's like, they just like your work and they wanted to hire you.
Yeah.
And you're visible. So it's like, I don't know, just a thought.
I understand. I prefaced it that way, so I understand it's probably that, but also, it's still strange to me. It would be, to me, it would be like somebody who lives in like South Pasadena or something, or Van Nuys. They're like right next to like 5 major studios, and you could throw a rock and hit like any type of talent you wanted, reaching out to me and saying, hey, we'd like you to do this thing. I'm like, that'd be really weird.
It's not that weird though. Like I guess that's what I'm saying. I mean, I get what you're saying, but my point is, I don't think it's that strange. I
think it is because I question the motives of that person. Because I mean, I know we've all got a unique voice and everything, but I would go into that meeting pretty wary.
Yeah. That I get. Yeah, and that's tough when you can't, especially because business is all based on trust. I mean, there's a crap load of trust involved in any business transaction or collaboration, and so
Yeah.
that sounds a little scary. All right, I think I said a little bit ago we're at that hour mark, so I'm gonna get a refill here.
The hour mark again?
Or maybe I'm just doubling in my head because it's 3 a.m, but I'm going to get a refill of my beverage. And then
I'm mainly just sad that I'm going so slow.
what's up?
I'm mainly just sad that I'm going so slow.
Me too. And I want to say it's because I'm distracted by conversation, but it's not. I'm just not, like my mind isn't firing as quickly. But I also want to push through because I have to finish this page. So. It's a part of why I've been pushing so hard to get these done and doing these live streams lately is it's just dawned on me more and more like the quantity of work I need to get done if I want to get this done.
Yeah.
That's just what it takes.
All right. I'm going to push this camera in.
Okay.
So let's go point of interest and position, and then move forward a few keyframes. And I'll share my screen for a minute so this isn't super boring. There we go. Okay. All right, so push this in like this. Let's go up and we'll come over. Yeah, gotta be closer. There we go. Okay, and now we need to change the focal distance. Focal distance. Where are you? There we are. Nope. What's happening? Oh, depth of field is off. If depth of field is off, then why is that out of focus?
So, okay. What was I going to say about persistence, Corey? At the top, I had written down 4 things that I could talk about. I was like creativity, persistence, goals, and then the Beatitudes. Just random things that were on my head.
Focusing. Is that not him?
I love the mouth of that character, by the way. The mouth movements he rigged on that are hilarious.
Oh, man. I'm so excited to hear it synced up to the lips. It's going to be great. What is happening?
Yeah, why? Is it like frozen on rendering? Like...
No, I'm trying to get the focal distance correct, but I wonder if I have just zoomed in too much. I don't think so, though. What if I just turn that off and turn this down? No. This is where I need to like think this through. I'm going to take this off the screen. I'm going to think through like what is actually happening and what's causing this to happen. This is why doing this at 4:15 in the morning is hard because I don't have a mental capacity to figure out what's going on right now.
Like inking time, not processing time.
Right.
Is there?
I mean, that's okay. So that's what it is. So if I zoom in that much,
Okay.
That's a problem.
I actually think this sequence will be pretty funny as well. We'll see. Rambling.
I'll just do this.
So Ronnie, how is your horror comic coming, dude? I hope it's coming well. It's a weird beast we're working in. This whole animation, comics, crazy people who want to draw the same image 50 times.
Okay, so his head is 4,000 pixels wide. The screen is less than 2,000 pixels wide, but I'm filtering it through two different compositions that are half the size that they should be. So I'm trying to figure out an easy way to make sure that I don't have to redo everything, but I can still get the resolution. Because the resolution is there, it's just being halved.
I'll tell you, if this was like me after like a fresh day of sleep, I wouldn't be able to answer that because
I think I will. What can I do? I think I'm going to fake it. So what is that background? I can just drop this background into the bigger one. That's what I'll do. So I just have to find the background. What is that layer?
So I'm going to narrate for anyone watching. What is happening here is actually one of the coolest things about creativity. Like I have this happen all the time when I'm working on my pages and you start getting knee deep in it and you get hit with a problem. Like, and this is kind of what happens like when you start getting in a creative sandbox. Like you're going to get hit with a problem and suddenly you have to come up with a weird creative solution to like a problem you didn't even know existed because you've created the problem. Creating art, totally rambling here, but I think I'm on to something, is creating a problem. like inherently, the second you put pen to paper, you've created an issue that you have to deal with. And then you're responding to that issue in real time. So like, I know it's weird. Like sometimes when we're live streaming or working live, you'll hear us like talking to ourselves or something like that. And I just thought it was important to kind of highlight like Corey is literally like on the cusp of problem solving. And that's fun as hell. Like it's frustrating, but it's also super fun. It's one of the things we do. Like that's kind of the game. It's like figuring out like, how do I solve this new issue? You know? Ronnie, it is, it says comics coming along, just drawing a page from the past. So making sure I got the right colors and clothing for that timeline. When in the past. That can be fun. I always feel like I do research for clothing, and then I have friends who do costume design art, like for film. And when they talk about clothes, it makes me feel like I do no research at all. I actually had the head of my graduate committee was a costume artist named Robin Richardson. She worked on like Forrest Gump and like all these big movies and stuff. And like, she knew if you gave her like a season, like fall of 1920, she would be able to tell you the pleat pattern of the pants. Like she'd be like, yeah, there was a double sewn stitch line here. And so that caused like a fold that would appear in one spot, just off the top of her head. Like, I mean, she do a lot of research, but it's like from years of doing it, she had just this wealth of crazy knowledge about like clothing styles and stuff. So that's what that made me think of Ronnie. He just breathed out. Okay. What am I doing here? Sorry. Just had a moment myself.
Body, forearm. Oh, let's see. I need to reveal layer source in project. And then I need, what is that? Oh, okay. I think I may have figured it out if I can find this layer.
So, yeah, I'm curious what happened there that caused the.
So, okay. I zoomed the camera in and I was trying to focus it, but the problem wasn't that the camera was out of focus. The problem was that I had zoomed too far in on the asset.
Got it. So it's
But
pixel.
the asset is significantly larger than the camera. So the camera is a 1920 by 1080. So it's 1920 wide.
Mm-hmm.
The asset is 4,000 pixels wide. So I should have been able to zoom in plenty. But the problem is that asset was in another composition. And then that composition was in another composition. And that composition was in the composition with the camera.
Got
and
it.
Two compositions in the middle were 1920 by 1080.
Ooh.
And so I had half the asset that I needed to be full. So now I'm faking it.
Yeah, like, can you just bring the higher res asset for that one shot and fade it over it or something?
That would create an infinite loop because it would be inside of itself, and then it would show so it doesn't let you do that because that's where you get that mirroring thing. Like if you point your camera at your screen, it kind of mirrors everything or whatever.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
So it can't. But I need this. This.
Here's the timeline Ronnie's working with. The origins take place in the 1800s, then big fight scene in horror gray and black colors. I remember you showing us that sample. That was cool. And then you flash forward to the 1980s. So 1800s come back to haunt the 1980s. It sounds fun. That is one thing I have to say, because Jim was talking about like other projects and stuff. Like when you're in a project, and I would eventually like to work on like a historical thing. Like, I just think that would be a fun challenge. And then you can quote me on that if I ever do it and I'm knee deep in it and I hate it. You'd be like, you said you wanted to work on that.
You said it would be fun.
Remember when you thought this was a good idea?
I'm pretty sure I'm making this way harder than it needs to be because there's got to be a simpler solution than this. This is dumb.
That sounds like a cool thing though. I like stories that like kind of flash between time periods. Is there something about you? Okay.
All right, so there's that. Whatever. I'm just going to do that this way. So let's create a new.
So let's see here.
Thing.
Okay. So there's a thing that I've been thinking about. It has to do with the Beatitudes, which is like, in the Bible, there's like the Sermon on the Mount where like Christ is like talking to a bunch of people and he's going through the Beatitudes, what they call the Beatitudes, which is like Matthew 5 and goes on from there. And like, it's like a bunch of ways that you can conduct yourself in life, and a lot of great advice, and then very powerful stuff, but and still quoted by like a lot of people who aren't even religious, because it's like some of the more powerful like biblical texts, right? And then it follows by like all the parables and stuff. But what's been on my mind lately, and it's partially for that group, has been trying to figure out. So one of the Beatitudes is, "Blessed are the poor in spirit."
Yeah.
And I have been thinking about what that means. And it's pretty interesting.
What are your thoughts?
Well, there's like a whole bunch of conflicting thoughts on what it means, and I think it's fun to dive into. I sway one way, I think, but I'm kind of still thinking it out, and I need to read a little more about it. But I tend to think it's not, I mean, it's clearly not about poverty. It's a pretty direct translation from the Greek, so it's like I don't think it's got a lot of wiggle room. But it's like, I don't think it's talking about poor people.
Yeah. Do people
There are a crap load of verses that would say practically the same thing about people born or living in poverty are actually better off, like, you know, the camel through the eye of the needle. Like, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Like, there's a bunch of stuff like that. But anyhow, so what I've been thinking it means is, and I don't think it's like the poor in the Holy Spirit, right? I don't think that could be what it means.
Right.
Because that just wouldn't really line up with what the Bible has to say about the Holy Spirit. So it's like, okay, that's not what it means. So I tend to think it actually literally means people who are depressed. I know it's weird, but that's the take I mean, so a lot of people have interpreted it as like people who are humble. But
yeah, because I've got some footnotes.
Yeah.
It's like poor in pride, humble in spirit, contrite heart.
Yeah, that's how I've traditionally thought of it, right? But what's weird is I think the Beatitudes go on to be more specific about humble and so like, why would they say that like twice, in the same like paragraph, like it's just weird. So I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I'm actually thinking it might be people who literally are poor in spirit. Like, they're not content in their spirit. And I thought that was really interesting. And it's a possibility that I'm thinking about, and I'm not sure where I'm definitely want to be clear. I'm not saying that's what it's saying. I'm saying that's just a thought that I've had where I'm like, I wonder if that's a possibility, because it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Like, could the poor in spirit be like people suffering from like mental illness?
Could be.
I don't know. It's a thought.
I always go to Strong's exhaustive Hebrew and Greek concordance whenever I'm like, because I mean, what English words mean today is mutated so much that it's nice to like go back to like the Greek and the Hebrew and be like, oh, okay, I kind of see where they're going.
Yeah, that was the weird thing. I mean, I looked at that this morning, and it's like, it's pretty clearly, like, that's a pretty clear translation. Although blessed could be taken as fortunate.
Yeah.
Like, there's a couple versions that blessed could be in the sentence. So it doesn't necessarily have to be blessed. It could be like lucky, or fortunate. But yeah, it was weird. It's just one I'm thinking about, and I'm not sure what it means. But I was thinking about like, I don't know, just something I've been thinking about, and I have no idea what the implications of that would be. It's just interesting.
Yeah, the implications of that are interesting. There's a scripture in the Book of Mormon that says, "I give unto men weakness that they come unto Christ."
Yeah, and I mean that would line like there's like
Oh,
Paul.
it aligns with a ton of stuff, but it's an interesting thing to think that if we weren't flawed,
Mhm.
we might be damned because we would never seek out help with our flaws. We'd never seek out being saved,
Yeah,
being
I mean
delivered.
that ties back to Genesis too, right? Where it's like, like after Adam or whatever, like he literally like there's another tree and he's like, oh, thank God he didn't eat from that other tree, like and it's like, well, why would he be like, oh, thank God he didn't eat from the other tree? And most people I've read like kind of interpret that as like pretty clearly, like it would be a crappy life if you had to live eternally like separated from God. Like that is hell. I mean, that is hell. So it's like,
Yeah.
the fact that like, so that was interesting, but like to me, the just that thought on the beatitude, because I've always interpreted it like you were describing, where I've always kind of viewed it as like, oh, it's like people who are humble, or people who, if they're blessed, like they still feel like, even if you viewed it from like a wealth perspective, like if somebody's wealthy but they behave like they're poor, there's a couple versions you could take from it, but I've never really thought of it as in that particular verse where, and that could line up biblically, because there's definitely a lot that would back that. I mean,
Yeah.
Paul talks about like feeling blessed to have like a fault that he can't kick, like
The thorn inside. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's interesting. It was just a thought. That's another thing I wrote down that I've been thinking about, and I don't know where I go on it yet, but it's interesting to me, maybe not to other people.
Yeah.
And I mean, that would line up pretty well with like Ecclesiastes and stuff too,
My favorite is there seems to be a causal relationship, not causal relationship. There seems to be a correlation between people who forgive others and people who are forgiven. Like the blessed art thou, or blessed are those. Oh, what's the exact verse? In 7, blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy.
Mhm.
And it's like that to me is so damning of so many people that use their religion to condemn their fellow man. It's like that misses the point. You don't understand. You're not the judge. You shouldn't be sitting in judgment. Like you're actually there's a verse where they're like, if you give other people mercy, then you will receive mercy.
Yeah. So that's interesting too, because that reminds me of it also says, blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth, right?
Right.
But this is why I'm kind of starting to turn on, maybe there's further implication in the blessed are the poor in spirit, because if by poor in spirit he just meant meek, which is what we've pretty much been saying and what a lot of people interpret it, why would he say blessed are the meek and blessed are the meek, like when he's going through these different points? It's interesting.
I don't take, I mean, meek can mean humility.
Yeah.
But it can also mean teachable.
Yeah, but so can humility. Humility can mean teachable.
Sure.
You can't teach somebody who's a cocky. I don't know. I get what you're saying though. I don't know, but I think it's interesting. I don't know. I just think it's a window. It's a possibility. But yeah, that is the most humbling thing in the world for me. In that is to go through Proverbs.
Right.
Anytime I go through Proverbs, I'm like, okay, I'm an idiot. I'm a fool. I'm like, I go through it and just feel super convicted about how terrible I am. This is some of the thoughts.
That's a better reaction than some people that go through it and feel really justified in their behavior.
That's
You know what I mean? Like they use proverbs to say how much better they are than other people. Which kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, oh man.
All right, I think I've got to go to bed. I just opened up a new scene, and I have no ability to. The camera moves a lot. It changes perspective, and Jim has already said like when he drew all these assets, he forgot to like lay out the building layout because they go into this alleyway, and so I'm trying to make sense of it, and I don't know if it doesn't make sense because it's 5 a.m. or because
it probably doesn't make sense because it's 5 a.m. So you should call it.
I just looked at it and I'm like, I don't know, because I'm like naming this stuff. I'm like naming each shot like east, west, north, south, like depending on the direction that the camera is pointed.
Yeah.
And I just looked at this shot and I'm like, I have no frame of reference or any way to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, I would call it because it sounds like you might be hitting that wall of like, there's a certain wall of exhaustion where you're almost like doing more harm than good by working.
Right.
And it sounds like you might be kind of up there. So
yeah. Oh man, I'm trying to decide whether I want to bother talking to this person tomorrow or not. I probably just will and just see what they want.
Well, give them a fair rate and see if they're willing to meet you where you need to be paid to do it. And if not, then
the problem I have with stuff like that's kind of frustrating is like that takes time to do. You know what I mean? To throw together a bid and make sure that you're not underbidding it so that you don't end up contractually obligated to do something that pays little. And
yeah.
I don't know. Do you ever just not bid because you just kind of are like, I think I'm out of your budget, and I don't want to waste an hour figuring out whether or not you're in this for real or not. I don't know.
I will tell you, it's okay to say no to a client. I mean, it's one of the most freeing things in the world about freelance. Like you're not beholden to take the work, but as you pointed out, it's like if you got a kid on the way, you could use the extra cash. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
people watching this will understand. I'm hyper protective of my production time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm like, it feels like an invasion when
I have a freelance gig and I'm not touching it until I finish this page,
Yeah.
And then I have that other thing that is not for money, but it's like a side project thing, and it's important to me to get done. So I'm going to get that done first too.
I got to get my part of that done as well.
Yeah. Crash, sir. Get some rest. You're going to need it.
Yeah.
And I bet when you wake up, you'll be like, oh, okay. Like you'll have the solution.
But I am, let's see how far into this I am. 1 minute and 44 seconds into it. So
that is pretty rad because there's a lot of kind of complicated sequences you guys have worked your way through. No. Okay, good. I had a moment where I thought I had lettered over what is going on here? Select inverse. I thought I had lettered over oh. Okay, something strange in the neighborhood. Okay.
I feel like I've heard somebody give a lecture on the difference between poor in spirit and meek. Like somewhere in the back of my brain, there's like this guy talking about it, and he discussed it from I think he was like an ancient language expert or something.
Yeah, there's like a bunch on it, and I've read quite a few takes, like, because I was kind of just thinking about it today, like I should say yesterday. Like, the part that was interesting to me was almost every take on it is that same one where it's like, humility and humbleness and that kind of stuff. And then I came across like one or two that were making the case for it could actually be talking about like people who don't find contentment in the like they don't, like, they literally have like a lowly spirit, like they're not content.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really fascinating. So in a weird way, it's like there were a couple people. I got to read more about it. So that's one I'm gonna probably start going down a wormhole on, just because it's a fun one. And it's good to think about. Like, the Beatitudes are always good because it's like,
Yeah, they're awesome.
yeah, I mean, like, to me, I could read those and just be like, man, I got to work on myself. Like, I got to actually be a better person. Because I feel like those paragraphs and the parables that follow are like kind of like some of the most core stuff in that whole book, So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay.
All right, Corey. Thanks for hanging. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm
gonna finish this page though.
I'm just gonna put all the stuff I have rendered into the shared folder. So I'm gonna figure out.
I am super curious about Ronnie's comic though. It sounds fun, fascinating.
I've never read any of his stuff, and I've got to fix that. Except for the anthology stuff, which I like. Okay, I'm good. It's transferring, and I'm gonna go to sleep.
All right, man. Have a good one. I will see you likely on Monday.
Okay, catch you later.
All right. All right, so let me switch up the view here. And I need to get another refill of my coffee so that I can power through and finish this page. And I would definitely say I got very, very distracted. And so I didn't quite make as much progress as quickly as I think I could have. But I should be good to finish this up. So I'm going to go get another refill of coffee, and then I'm going to power through and finish this so that I have caught up on what I needed to do. Oof. Let's see here. Okay. Here we go. Knocking it out. Going on like 3 hours now. My goodness. But I will get through this page. And it's not even that ambitious of a page. But it's been a long week. I don't know if you have this, Ronnie. But when I get to like a Friday, it's like there's the weight of the entire week kind of bogging down my brain. And so I'm a little slower, but if I can power through, then I'll usually have a pretty successful weekend, like making art. So it's almost like a battle of will. I had the same thing today with working out where I don't know, something about Fridays. I work out every other day. I do like a set of rowing and then some like really mild weightlifting and not much, just like biceps and triceps or whatever. The only muscle names I really remember. But it's like just to like get to that point of sitting down to do it on a Friday is really really tough. But if I can power through, then I can kind of maintain that routine for like the next week. And similar, like tonight, I'm hitting a slowdown, but I think if I can power through, I'm going to do this well. Why did I do a long panel? This should be a short, and it's going to be basically the same thing. Recycling this second shot. From, you know what? I don't want to recycle that shot. I actually want to flip from the other angle. So let's see here. The direct other angle. Okay. So this is going to be that. Going back to the Big Bang Theory with our last chat. Ooh, I like that. If Revelation 6:14 says the heavens receded like a scroll being rolled up, and every mountain and island was removed from its place. Okay, continue. I'm curious. Then creation could have been a scroll unraveled. I love that thought. I like that a lot. I don't know why this is saying update not installed on my camera or how long it said that. I actually like that idea. I think that almost like creates a more powerful argument for my viewpoint on it, because when people are too literal, I mean, like, do people think it's a literal scroll? Or do they think that's implying something further, you know? And that's like one of the tough things about talking about that with people. And Ronnie, you seem like a sophisticated dude, so I don't think you're one of those people. But I have a couple friends that think literal means like, if I said like, man, traffic was so light, I just flew home from work, right? In my car. If that were a biblical text and it were saying that, they would be like, oh, you see, like cars flew in that era, instead of taking it for its literal meaning, even though there's metaphor in it. You know, like you can use metaphor and and still be being literal, is my point, you know. And I would think, like, to me, I think that scroll one is a pretty good example where it's like, I don't know if that was a literal scroll. Although I have to say, just like the artist in me would love to draw a scroll unfolding to the universe. Like, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, I like thinking about that stuff. It's just it's a fascinating thing. Wait. Yep. That would be a good. Okay. So this is going to be a beat, actually. So there's going to be a little bit of silence here. Which hand is that? Okay. It's funny. I used to smoke. In the era this was done, I used to smoke cigarettes, and that this takes place in. And it's funny because it's been a while, so I'm having to remember the movement, and it's kind of interesting that I've actually slightly forgotten the hand gesture. I guess that's a good sign if you've forgotten the gesture of smoking. So anyhow, but yeah, to me, I think that's interesting. Where it's like if you're saying you flew home from work because it was like very clear, you had like a clear pathway, so you went really quickly. That's your intended meaning. Ooh, I love it. I think it represents the Big Bang because God said he would judge the world by fire in the future. I can see that too. I agree with you. I that tends to be my interpretation too. Is like, I think, yeah, to me, it's just the God of the universe, who if he created all of the constants in the universe, like he would use those constants, I would think, to do his bidding. like, like a case in point, like I am right now in the act of creativity, right? And I'm going to use these thumbnails to create a final page. If I didn't use the thumbnails that I'm laying out if I'm not using the tool, like one of the tools to kind of make my final creation, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Like why would I not, work in the way I'm working? Like that's just, I don't know. I also wonder if maybe, okay, this is going to be a blank stare moment. Hold on a sec. Okay, so I, yeah, I just kind of, I wonder if it's that, like, when you're a creative, when you're a person who's like actively involved in making things, maybe it's easier to kind of grasp that, like the idea that, like of how a creator would work, like if you're creating, I think it gives you a window into like the mind of of the creator, so I almost wonder if maybe that's why, like, because I tend to meet, like, the creatives I know tend to be a little more open to kind of talking about interpretation when it comes to those verses, and I do wonder, maybe that's why, like maybe they have, there's like some pretty clear things that if you work on making things, like let's say you're building a wall or something, in your house, like, and you have like you've gone out and you've bought a hammer and nails and all the material to build this wall, like somebody walks by and kind of sees those materials, might not be crazy to just kind of intuit from seeing it, like, oh well, like you see the wall built, you see all those materials laying around, you kind of put two and two together, you're like, okay, well those are the observable materials, um And I also realize like it is early in the morning, so this may not be making a lot of sense. But it's like, that's how I kind of view it. It's like if we're seeing signs, in the universe that's, um, like you're seeing Hawking radiation, you know, that's still continuing to emit from like a mass expansion of energy, like from billions of years ago, and it's still continually moving out in the same direction as when it exploded. It's like that to me is like the hammer thing I was talking about. Where it's like it's a pretty clear indicator, like that you've walked into this house and you're seeing a little glimpse of like what those tools might have been, what that action might have looked like. And to me, like one of the most frustrating things to me, that somebody could imply is that like as a believer in something, like you can't like being asked to not use your mind, and just kind of not, it just doesn't seem like, I don't know, like I think we have intuition and we have the ability to observe nature and conduct science, and we're given those abilities for a reason. That is really weird to have that hand out here. Like this hand kind of makes sense, this one not so much, so I'm gonna kind of fix that, because this hand should just be kind of casually down, even if it's overlapping and doesn't make as strong of a silhouette. I just don't think that needed to be there. Okay. So yeah, I kind of like that thought, Ronnie. That's cool. I have no problem. God is a scientist. Look at the brain, for example, right? I was just hearing about that today, where they've been doing more studies about like the left and right hemispheres of the brain. And I guess for years they've kind of assumed, and I might get the hemispheres wrong, but they've sort of assumed that like the right side of the brain does all the creative stuff, like the artsy creative stuff, and then the left side is more the analytics and mathematical side of the brain. And so like, and there was like kind of, I guess, like pseudo science theory that was pretty popular that was talking about like, people who are creative, like are thinking more on like the creative side of their brain and so on. But also like for years, people thought that consciousness emanated in the right hemisphere of the brain. Sorry, the left hemisphere of the brain. And so you could almost like lose the functionality of like the right side of the brain and still maintain like consciousness and kind of your personality and stuff. Like there were even theories that like it was like a placeholder, right? But then what's interesting is they're actually finding like that it's kind of the opposite, where actually like a lot of our creative problem solving seems to arrive from this more creative side. And then actually like when people have like dementia and they start having trouble with hemispheres of their brain, like the one that has more of an effect on their consciousness and sense of reality and ability to deduct and reason, was actually the side that they've always associated with creativity. So it's like this complex mechanical machine, and it's a cool thing. But I love that you said God is a scientist. I agree with that. And that's why I'm like, I have no problem rectifying, that in my head. But yeah, that's interesting. I like. I also like the idea like I also am, I guess my point is, another thing I was going to bring up is I tend to be really suspicious of somebody who is not comfortable with a question and or any belief system that can't hold up to like scrutiny. And so like to me, because I feel fairly confident in what I believe and I know why I believe it, and I also am comfortable with like stuff that I don't know. Like even what we're talking about now, it's like I'm not going to pretend to fully comprehend that, you know. But one thing I do pride myself in with that is the idea of hang on a sec, sorry. I do pride myself in the idea that, you know, I don't think it's good to have any system of belief where you aren't allowed to question or think or like or you're asked to like kind of deny your own mind, like meaning like deny like what you can reason out as true. And so like I think dangerous things start happening when you start sort of being able to blur the line of truth. And I think you can see it like all over, in the world, where it's like uh when people can get other people to start sort of believing truth is like sort of this malleable thing, and you can't trust your own mind, and you can't trust experts, and you can't, like, it puts people in this vulnerable position where they're very easy to exploit and use for whatever nefarious means somebody wants to use it for them. So I'm a big fan of the idea of like, and I'm not saying you can't know something for sure. Like you can know something for sure, but I think that it's important for people, including myself, like to, if I have an idea or a thought, to talk it out, to reason it out, and to be able to talk about it and not put a topic off the table because it makes me uncomfortable in my convictions, I don't know if that makes sense. Totally rambling. So Ronnie, how much longer do you have on that comic? I'm pretty curious to kind of see when it's out and stuff. So this arm's going to move this way. This is just going to be a slight. This is just going to be a slight. Also, like to say it's great you wrote a book about mental illness. I think it's great to educate people through comics. It was tough for me, but I did it with dystonia. Yeah, I think it serves a couple purposes. I mean, to me, what's most important, and I think maybe this could be how it functions in your comic about dystonia too, is like it also functions in a way where it's like, let's say, I don't suffer from dystonia, but like imagine if I did, how cool it would be to meet someone else or read someone's experience that's true to what they themselves are going through. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's value to that, to knowing you're not alone in your struggle. And I like, to me, as somebody who's suffered from like mental struggles, and I don't think they're gonna just disappear, because that's kind of how it works. Like they're sort of here to stay, a lot of them. But as somebody who frequently kind of struggles with those issues, it's encouraging to me to know that I'm not alone, like in struggling with those kind of things. And even like there being resources and stories about autism have really helped me with my son, because he's autistic, and so there's certain things, like I don't think they should limit who he becomes or anything like that in the future, but there are certain behaviors and things that it's really good to know about. So it's both enlightening, informative, but I think at its core, like where stories like that can really help is just like letting people know they're not alone in these unusual scenarios we're in, right? Like life is very strange and difficult, for a lot of people. Like even if they maybe don't have like a mental illness, like they might have like a trauma, or like have had like maybe terrible parents, or like an awful sibling, or like we're kind of these people carrying around some pretty heavy stuff. And I think there is something to be said for like there's something to be said for like happy love songs, and there's something to be said for like a song that speaks to like the sorrow that wow, this is going to sound dark, but like the sorrow of existence. um, you know the contraction causes the affected body part to twist involuntarily, resulting in repetitive movements or abnormal postures. So the more I put stress on my body, I'll have flare-ups. Yeah, that's brutal. I think I read that comic. I think you posted it. And it was really informative, because I hadn't known a ton about it, and it was cool to read. I mean, it wasn't like cool, like, oh, that's awesome, you have that, but it was cool to read, like informative. I also think it's a good practice for like artists to get vulnerable and talk about this stuff. And I also think there's something like therapeutic about it. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, what was your thought on like the comic? Am I wrong? I feel like he did like a short comic that sort of walked through it and was like, hey, this is what dystonia is. This is what it feels like. I hope I'm not remembering that wrong. But yeah, I think people need to talk more openly about their struggles, because I also think there's this weird perception out there that like there is a normal. And I just think that's like the weirdest like idea, like fictional idea. I don't think anyone's normal. I think we all have different struggles, but I definitely don't think there. Yeah, it was a 2-pager. Yep. So I remembered it right. Yeah, I think I saw it on Facebook and I really liked it. Do you have a link to it, just in case anybody's curious to kind of check it out? If so, like pop it in the chats, and if it won't let you, let me know. Maybe you can send it through Messenger to me, and I'll post it up so people can check it out. It's informative. I learned something new from that comic, which I thought was really cool. If you can't tell, I'm a bit of an information junkie, so I like learning new things, and I found that really cool. It's also just enlightening to know the burdens everyone else is carrying too, like, and I think there's that too, like one thing with depression and anxiety are like my two beasts that haunt me. It a lot of the time, like one of the worst things you can do is start thinking you're unique, and or like forgetting that you're not alone, and or forgetting that you're not like this being that's burdened with this horrible weight, right? Like it's like looking around the world and seeing like other people are struggling and that kind of thing. Like getting outside of myself helps. And so I think that's another function of this kind of storytelling too, where it can remind people like they're not alone, and also like yeah, like this idea of normal. Where does it come from? Who's normal? Like who's who's not struggling with something, you know? I don't know. I'm rambling, but let me see if that yeah. All right, now we're at 4 hours and I'm about to finish this. And I think this will be the shot, but obviously the hands are going to have to change and stuff like that. Let me see here. Let's see here. Oh, cool. Okay. So Crimson Owl Comics was saying to click his link tree, and it's under Dystonia Awareness Comic, which is really cool. So it's worth reading. I would recommend it. Okay. Let me see if I'm getting this right. This is going to have this hand gone, this arm down. Probably that way. Okay, we are working on the last panel here, and then I'm going to be able to go to sleep, which I'm excited about. One nice thing about working on these things is you do feel very rewarded. And I've talked about this before, but like there's something to be said for gamifying your art. And that's part of it. Like if I can get through this page, even if it's like something as crazy as like if I can get through this page, I can go to sleep. Like it does give you this extra motivation to finish things, you know. I'm not saying that's always healthy, but it definitely keeps things interesting, and definitely will keep you engaged in creating, you know. I do think most people would tell you it's good to sleep. So me doing these late at night might not be the best decision, but it is what it is, you know. The other great thing about thumbnails is I don't have to worry too much about being like super consistent with my character designs. So you'll notice like faces warp a little bit, but I kind of don't mind that. It's going to be sort of a I'm also gonna kind of look at the sequence just to make sure it's working, because I think it is, but I don't know. I also remembered something here, which is an important detail to not forget, which is this character is supposed to be wearing glasses. The one on the right. So I gotta add in some glasses and double check all my panels to make sure those glasses are in there. Okay, and then this is gonna have ha 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 ha. Okay. But yeah, I think it's a real good thing for just people to kind of be vulnerable with what they write. It doesn't have to be even personal stories. Like it doesn't have to be, in the form of like autobio or anything like that. But I do think there's something very important about truth in general. Like it's a very, there's something about truth, whether it's emotional truth, historical truth, like I don't know, there's something about truth that's super freeing and awesome, and I think it's important. Okay, how did I lose those glasses? I don't know, but they're coming back in. Okay, but add in glasses. It's like doodling on yearbook photos here. All right, here we go. Did you ever do that? Doodle on a yearbook photo, add glasses and mustaches to people and stuff. Okay, here we go. And we are getting closer to calling it. Well, Ronnie, I'm excited to read your comic you're working on. I'm excited about the transitions you were talking about too, with the you know, the different eras and the color changing depending on the time frame that it takes place in. I think that's really cool. And I appreciate you hanging out while I'm doing my stream. All right, so here we go. We have this wrapping up. And I think that'll do it. I want to check the sequence one last time. So it starts out. We're walking out the door, light up cigarettes. Jeremy, he had been a good friend since junior high. We'd bonded over music snobbery and comic books. He'd also pursued more financially rewarding avenues in life than art. I received a lot of solid advice and help from him through the years. This is insane, Josh. Yeah, I know. Is there just something about you that makes people want to beat you up or something? I mean, first the stuff in Long Beach, now your neighbor in HB. And then there's an awkward pause and laughter. I think that works. I was a little weirded out by the I wanted to make sure the pacing and timing kind of works, where there's like a pause, like, was that, when you tell a joke that is funny, like gallows humor, right? That can be hard to pull off in comics, and usually needs that beat, that extra. Like if this didn't have that second, like they're kind of smirking, I don't think the third last panel would work. All right. So if you guys have been watching this the entire time, the entire 4 hours, congratulations to you. But yeah, so if you haven't yet, please purchase this comic, Two Stories. It's the first book in this series. it gets pretty heavily into a story addressing struggles with mental illness, particularly depression and anxiety. And I think it's pretty relevant to the day and age where we live now, where a lot of us are dealing with isolation and being like shut in our houses and stuff. So I think it's more important than ever to like start having open conversations about that kind of stuff. So it's a pretty good book, 120 pages. You can get it on Amazon, so please do. And then the best way to help the show, other than that, is to subscribe, hit the bell so that you can get notified when I'm about to go live, because often in this stream, I can have one-on-one interactions with whoever's in the chats. And if you want to be able to catch it when it goes live, because it goes live at weird times, sometimes till 4 a.m, you can get a notification just by like hitting that bell. So if you're watching this on Twitch, then just hit follow, and that's about it. That'll do it. So I finished page 89, and I have finished the let's see, day 36. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to double check, but I think it's day 36 of the 100 days of making comics I just wrapped up too. So have a good day, and I'll probably see you guys later tonight when I do the next thumbnail. So till then, bye.